So it occurs to me that the baby questions for babies we've been asking are too easy. So in my games that have been around a little bit longer, we switched to much harder questions. Um, I feel like we're still early on in this campaign, and maybe easy questions are what's are okay. So I'm gonna roll D10, and only on a 9 or 10 will we do a hard factspiration question. Otherwise, we'll keep using the easy chart. All right. So we're just gonna use the easy chart. No shame in that either. Sometimes the easier questions help you learn your character, and then once you know your character well, then we start asking the real hard questions, like if your party was stranded and you had to kill and eat one of them, who would it be?
Orion.
Yeah,
Orion.
right.
But yeah.
Oh, that's not fair.
Claude wipes his brow like shit. He thought it was gonna be him. But
Kill Claude.
The sad thing is, I think even Claude would probably consider Orion.
No, because he took a lion life debt. So he took a crag lion life debt, so he can't go back on it no matter what.
Legally, in order to eat Orion, he needs to let one of us do it. So
yeah,
it's perfect.
Yeah, once he's.
Oh, interesting choices there, Ark. Okay.
So
all right.
So you eats me, and then he eats you. He gets around the issue.
Yeah, it's like a turducken at that point. So you put the Orion in the guy, and then you eat the guy, and you get to eat the Orion on top of the guy, as long as you do it fast enough.
Huh?
So this is a good question, especially for low-level characters. We live in a murder hobo world. We're all murder hobo boys, girls, and folks driving around in our murder hobo Cadillacs. But what is your character's opinion on killing others? Okay, so ruminate on that while somebody gives us the recap of what happened last week on Red Handed Doom for a point of inspiration. Which, by the way, speaking of inspiration, your group, your fanspiration is like 6. Like,
nice.
Yeah, I thought you
Thank
guys
you.
burned through that shit. In the fight against the rum goblins, gremlins. But I checked today, there was 5, and then you had 1 donated this week, so that would have put it up to 6. So maybe it was that high before the fight.
We're finally the cool kids.
Thanks,
casually
fam.
Juice in every fight
Yeah.
now.
There is definitely interest in this campaign, because not a lot of people stream it, or I mean, I guess run it either. But people are curious about it because it's one of Matt Colville's favorites. And apparently, he's a big deal. So, no, he's very cool. All right, so who would like to do that recap? It's only been a week.
If no one wants it, I can take it.
Okay, Orion, you're gonna do it.
Alright, well, last time on Redhead and Hand of Doom, we had gone to the docks to search for the headquarters, location, lair, whatever, of the rum gremlins, and underneath one of the piers, we found it. As we decided to strike first, we kind of underestimated the amount of rat swarms that were there. I mean, spells were flying everywhere. There were spikes, there was flamethrowers, there was this glittery fire. But Dirk just got swarmed, and pardon my halfling, he got fucked up. But after what we thought we were able to handle, the first rum gremlin, then 2 wicked-looking rats just showed out of nowhere. And then started attacking Barnabas and Guy. And quickly, Layla and Barnabas were able to figure out that those were the other 2 rum gremlins. You know, the whole Masters 3 kind of thing. The fight continued. Dirk continued to get swarmed. But eventually, we were able to pull out of it and defeat all 3 of the gremlins and their rat thralls. We spent a little time trying to recuperate, as well as go through their lair, see what they had taken from the town, kind of inventory a little bit of that. They had some weird trinkets and stuff. But eventually we came out and we regrouped with Thanlin, who kind of told us that whatever we were doing down there had also kind of affected some of the other townsfolk. They also were kind of going crazy and were trying to swarm the pier. But he and the other guards were able to hold them back, and things got a little bit better. So afterwards, we decided to stop by Gosler's to kind of turn in our tentative award for the Gremlins. We got the reward. He didn't want the heads, so we kind of just tossed those. And then we went back over to Jarrett's to give her pretty much the other parts that we were able to scavenge from them. She gave us a reward. We kind of restocked on some of our items, and then we went back to the Old Bridge Tavern. There we met with Kellen. We informed him of the good news that we had dealt with the Rum Gremlins, and he doesn't have to stop his business for the day, so he can continue selling booze to the happy townsfolk of Drellin's Ferry. And from there, we just decided to take it easy for the rest of the day and clean up, because we mostly smelled like piss and rum. And Thanlin told us that he had gotten a promotion from the guard captain, and he will most likely be working with us in the near future to kind of deal with some other problems. Speaking of which, those Gremlins had mentioned something about this not being the last of trouble coming, so I think there may be a couple of rough days ahead. But hey, nothing too much for the Claws of the Veil.
All right, very cool. Well done. Go ahead and take your point of DM inspiration.
Gracias.
Mm-hmm. And then, does anybody want to answer this Factspiration question? Get a bardic inspiration that will last the whole session. What is your character's opinion on killing others?
I'll take it, I guess.
Okay.
Barnabas would kill anyone if he felt it would serve the greater good, if he sees enough benefits to the loss, and also if he was commanded to by his patron.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's very practical, which is also very dangerous. Go ahead and take your Factspiration point. You may ask the same question of any NPC that you've met thus far.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I feel like we've already done Kellen.
Hmm?
Any suggestion, guys?
I mean, we have insighted her, but we could really find out what kind of person Jared is.
That was what I was thinking.
Well, you, the players, can, and then you'd have to live with the knowledge of your characters not knowing,
Yeah,
which
this
is always
doesn't
which is
transfer.
always spicy. Which is always spicy. All of this is just good roleplay exercises.
Yeah, give us Jarrett. Let's see what she's up to.
Okay. Jarrett's opinion of killing others is she finds it enjoyable.
Okay, that was well used. Okay.
You know, I kind of was hoping for an answer like that, and now that we got one, I wish it hadn't happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very much like your partner tells you, ask me anything and I'll tell you the truth. Like, do you ask though? Do you really want to know? Yeah.
I was just hoping you had a fondness for farmers markets, but that was a completely left turn.
Yeah. Okay. So, looking at the game and everything else like that, this game has a campaign timer. The campaign timer has not started yet. So for the verisimilitude of storytelling, it might be kind of cool to say that you guys spent a couple of days downtime just training, kind of thing, because eventually you will start heroically leveling up, and it's one of those D&D 5e memes where on Monday or on the 1st of the month you were dealing with rats, and on the 30th of the month you punched God in the dick, kind of thing. So like, how do you guys feel about that flavor wise? Do you just not care? Is it just like, suspension of disbelief? We were always this tough, but the toughness was pulled out of us by the situations and the circumstances we got thrown in? Or would you prefer, sort of when you can, to actually have that downtime where you exist in the world and you kind of grow in strength, and also become a bit more realistically immersed into the world, instead of just like, we stumbled upon plot steroids and we just keep getting stronger and stronger every other day?
If it won't hurt the timer, I love stuff like the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, cool.
I'm personally on the side of I'd rather have some downtime, but that's only because I'm a crafter.
Oh, fair enough. So I think then we should definitely do crafting when time permits. Why don't we do
Yeah.
that? Not crafting, but crafting is part of
Downtime,
it. But
yeah.
yeah, we should do downtime. All right, so let me go grab our good friend Xanathar's, and I'll put on some music here. Hold on.
Especially after a fight like that, like Joe would want to take a couple of weeks. That was
Couple
pretty
of
rough.
weeks, man. We ain't running Giphy Glyphs no more. Come on now. Couple of
Yeah,
weeks.
yeah.
I could do a few days.
Yeah.
A couple days is fine.
I will say that Mythic Odyssey, they feel a lot like they have a really much stronger foundation than most groups I've run, because I think of all the downtime activities that they've had when they were lower level. And also we ran Giphy up until about level 5 or 6 with them, and it was brutally hard, like the low levels, and so it really gelled them together as a team. If I'm like looking sort of like at the pros and cons of the different things.
Yeah, I'm actually watching that, and I'm about to hit where you guys are level 6, so you're about to lose Giphies, and it's been rough.
Sibo was the only one I think that still misses it is Sibo. But as a warlock, which is Giphy's favorite, I think he was treated the best of everyone. So he didn't have it as hard, but we were using everything like the spell burnout to kind of reflect that magic is hard for mortals to master and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, narratively we found good reasons to use it and then to not use it, but let's see. Trying to find specific music for this. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
You guys did something similar in Dom's Rhyme for a while.
Yeah, the longer we went on, the more we were like, oof, this is really painful. But it was cool. Like Volpe and I both look back at that campaign like with respect for like how hard it was, and how like but fair. Like the battles were fair but hard. And so it's, I don't know, it's always going to be one of my favorite campaigns, even though Hellebore is probably one of my least favorite character that I've ever made. So
Fun to have tried at least once.
She haunts me forever. All right. So we got some music in the background here as we jump into some downtime activities. All right. It sounds like this. If I owned a physical book, I could just go open it. So cool. That's fine. All right. Downtime activities. All right. Anybody need the link for downtime activities? Y'all should have full access to D&D Beyond, right? If you don't, you should message me so I can get you set up with full access to D&D Beyond.
I do not yet.
Don't ever buy a D&D Beyond book ever again while you're in my games, because you get them all. You get access to all of them, even the adventures that we're not running. You got everything. Only get one character sheet though. But it has access to all the stuff. So let's see. Example downtime activities. Okay, here we go. You guys can do the following things. You can buy magic items. Probably unlikely at this level. You could go carousing. I have an advanced carousing table that's even spicier and crazier than their carousing table, so we'll be using that one probably. You could do some crafting. You could do some crime. It's always nice. You do some gambling, some pit fighting. Fiscally, probably the biggest payoff of all the raw downtime activities. You could relax. You could perform some religious services. You could do some research. And you can even try scribing a scroll. Which for warlocks, I can't express how important spell scrolls are for warlocks, because y'all don't have a lot of spell slots. And this is basically how you get around not having a lot of spell slots, is spell scrolls. All right, so I guess we'll go round robin to a certain degree. So according to this, Arc, what is Guy going to do for, we'll say, a week? Play will continue on Sunday the 6th, the new moon.
I mean, carousing is the easiest. I think we all know what Guy's gonna do. Guy is gonna ingratiate himself even more into Drellin's Ferry and any visitors of it. So yeah, he'll be carousing, doing concerts at night. Yeah.
All right, let me see. Where's my carousing table? Yes. Okay.
I'm not gonna drop the 50 gold to have fun with the middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I need to. If I do need to, wow. But that's a lot of money. But I can do it.
You guys want to go way back in time to my 5e homebrew world, Iron Hack, that has its own side table for downtime, where you roll a d100 and it could be everything from disaster to triumph, depending on what you roll, and it's just sort of like happens alongside whatever downtime activity you're doing. It
That's
basically just adds a little bit more spice to downtime. So maybe I'll just have it, you just kind of opt in. So Arc, do you want to opt in for spicy downtime, or do you just want to do regular downtime?
I'll opt in.
Okay, give me a d100 roll.
Chaos.
That sounds good. 37.
37. Oh no. Social failure. You annoyed a friend or struck out romantically.
It would have been annoyed a friend for sure.
All right, so mechanically that doesn't have too much of an issue, but let's see what your actual roll is for carousing.
It's a persuasion check.
Yeah, all right, go ahead and give you that persuasion check. And this is the lower class carousing?
Yeah, 50 gold's a bit high for our pay grade right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You do a fantastic job. Give me a d10 to see if there was a complication. So we'll just take a complication on a 10. All right, so there's no complication, and you do a great job carousing with the locals. So it costs you 10 gold to essentially buy drinks and make everybody happy. And then after a week of doing so, we check the table, and you got a 20. So you have made 2 allied contacts. All right, so what sort of contacts were you looking to make?
Well, first, I would just say, if I'm annoying a friend, it's Stanlin.
Okay, fair.
Just like in general, but like,
then you can as a result of annoying Stanlin, you can add a guard contact, because Stanlin's definitely like the Captain America of like the town guard, and so there's everybody respects him, but there's also people that are like, ugh, this guy, oh my god, like he's ruining the bell curve essentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then who else?
So we'll say you have a guard contact that you could pull in if you need to.
Would there be any visitors to Drellin's Ferry over the course of the week that would be in?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's a major trade hub. So, are you looking for a fellow bard? Are you looking for a caravan master? Are you looking for a mercenary?
Let's do another caravan master.
All right. Okay. All right, so you spend the week carousing. Your carousing kind of makes Stanlin's life a lot harder. He tries to have a talk with you about, the these late nights, this merriment, all that kind of stuff. But overall, you kind of lose the Anlin faction, but you have befriended, to a certain extent, a guard and a caravan master who is passing through the town and is kind of staying in the area. So you could pull on those two contacts if you wanted to get like information or possible favor. See how it goes. All right. Next up then is, why does it keep saying it's break time? Oh, neat. There's the button for break times on there. All right. Layla, what is Layla doing with this week-long break? And are you taking a chance on the spicy table?
Sure, of course. Why would?
Okay. All right. So first, tell us what activity you're doing.
So, I think that I'm going to say Layla's probably going to spend, she spends some of the time just kind of pulling up stuff. But outside of that, I think she's going to do some research on the Hydra and just Hydras in general.
Okay.
Just trying to learn as much as she can about like monstrosities, that sort of thing.
All right. Go ahead and give me a Let's see. This would be an intelligence check plus 1 bonus per 50 GP spent beyond the initial 50 GP for research. Okay. So we'll say that you spent money researching, and then I feel like flavor-wise for you, this is more like burning rare incense to contact like spirits, and maybe more in that kind of direction. Praying to the stars and like the ancient spirits of Spelljammer that are like floating up there and all that jazz.
A lot of like ancient dream sequences for hours.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Multiverse of madness shit. Oof. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. You will do an intelligence check. It is going to be nature, actually, based on the fact that you're researching a Hydra.
I know because we're not like in real gameplay, the whole like A5E thing where I can use wisdom. Can I just do like a wisdom check?
Unfortunately for this is straight up like trying to make sense of the information that you were getting. So it would still be an intelligence check. Yep.
Nature.
And our sheets should allow you to change out your stats as needed for the different skills.
Switch to intelligence. Let's see if it rolls it right.
Oh wow, well done. Okay. With that check, you learned 3 pieces of lore about the Hydra. All right. So the Fen Hydra. Okay. Now, a basic bitch Hydra is basically a big ball of generating snakes. Has anywhere from 2 to 4 legs, drags itself around. It has anywhere from 1 to 12 heads, give or take. Slashing damage is believed to be the easiest way to sever the heads of a Hydra, but much like the tails of a regenerative lizard, like an Anoli, which are very common in this region, you would just any amount of damage past a certain threshold will cause a head to essentially die or pop off. Just whang. However, the exposed stump where the dead head used to be will immediately start to grow new heads. So basic bitch Hydra, easy fix for that is you just drop a fireball on there or any sort of fire damage, and that will cease the regenerative properties of the creature. So overall, basic bitch Hydra, no problem. Now, as a rapidly regenerative creature, they have, of course, evolved and have so many different offshoots and flavors of Hydra that each one is definitely a case-by-case basis, and so study was really smart. So the Fen Hydra actually favors acid and poison. And so acid will not halt the regeneration like it will on a troll, Fire will slow the regeneration of the creature, but it will only shut down the ability to regain health, not the ability to gain additional heads. In order to achieve the effect of that, you must apply actual fire damage to the stump to get the head to not grow. So that could be as simple as somebody running up with a torch and just making a dedicated attack against the stump to stop it, or launching a firebolt or a produce flame specifically at the stump. So it actually takes targeted damage on the Fen Hydra to prevent the growth of additional heads, but area of effect fire damage will stop its hit point regeneration. So the creature does spit an acidic poison that is sticky. So it can stick to you, and then you will take acid damage and possibly be poisoned. The creature's blood is poisonous, so anyone tangling with it in melee, if they're using slashing or piercing weapons, that can cause some issues as well, because it will essentially spray poison blood at them.
Okay.
Fun. All right.
All right. Rapidly type down all these notes.
Okay, cool. And then give me a D100 to see if there's any spicy complication to your downtime.
Sure.
All right, a 57. This is a social success. You either helped out a friend or had some romantic success. You want to talk about that?
Considering that I've been lost in dream sequences and staring at spirits, maybe I've made a little spirit friend.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe
a
like
romantic spirit friend?
As part of like this whole learning thing, maybe it was one of those situations just like, all right, I know some stuff, but you know, you've got to help me. I've got something in my life I need to do to move on. So maybe it was like one of those situations.
Okay. All right. So add under contacts, spirit friend.
Where would I find contact?
I believe it's under biography.
I put it under general persons of interest as well.
Oh, okay.
That works.
Oh, persons of interest. Good stuff. Okay. Then we've got let's see, Orion. So what do Claude and Orion get up to?
Aside from his normal
Are they here?
Oh,
Claude and Orion?
sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Aside from, I guess, his normal day-to-day hunting priorities for trapping, skinning creatures to sell, he would like to try and gain some training with that harvester's kit.
Okay.
He's mostly just gone by with the leatherworking kit that he's had so far, just for basic tanning of beasts and stuff. But after encountering, the troll and the rump gremlins, he kind of wants to get a little bit more expertise with that.
Okay. So with training, enough free time, training costs 25 GP per week. There can be complications, and after a certain amount of time passes, which you should definitely be tracking, you will essentially gain proficiency in the tool that you are working on. But downtime is a great time to basically knock out extra training. You can, as long as you're recording it somewhere and letting me know, you could just say during, when we camp for the night, I'm going to be continuing my training with X or whatever. So, and that applies to everybody. So if you have a language or a tool that your character is trying to train in, kind of track that progress on your sheet, and eventually you will learn something new, hopefully before the end of the campaign. Anyways, all right, so let's see. This doesn't require any check. You just basically put 7 more days of progress on training and mark off 25 gold. I do need you to roll a d10. On a 10, there will be a complication. And Layla, circling back to you, give me a d10 to see if any complications happen with yours. All right, no complications for Orion. No complications with Layla. Orion, did you want to roll on the potentially spicier downtime table in addition, or no?
I mean, I don't want to be left out.
Okay. Give me a D-Hundy roll. The worst thing that ever happened on this table... No, I won't tell you, because then you won't want to roll on the table. Keep going.
Or I just roll it.
All right.
Ooh.
95. Minor success. You either, your discretion, won some money or met a useful contact. Which would you rather have?
I'll say a contact for now.
Contact. Okay. All right. So you can add to essentially wherever you're tracking the stuff, I'd say person of interest, important contact made while training with harvesting kit. So as long as that they are in some way related to that, you could basically tell me, oh yeah, I'm going to call upon my contacts from this, and then explain why, and then you basically just spawn into existence an NPC, or I take the most appropriate NPC from the current area or town, and then they are the one that you made. Does that make sense?
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Jert. What does Jert get up to during this downtime? Getting rid of his exhaustion for sure.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get rid of that. There we go. Well, in between training for his level up and attempting to perfect his dual wield, he's actually going to do some research. But he's going to do the research by going around town and trying to do like odd jobs for people and ingratiate himself to like common folk, because he wants to ask and research about a group of people from a town kind of far from here, and if anybody with the last name Bandon ever came through town.
Okay. Let's see.
And I'm definitely rolling on that spicy table.
All right. Let's see what we could do here.
A 7.
A 7. Oh no. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you had a minor setback while you were
Okay.
going around town. So you either lost some money or offended someone.
Oh, I probably offended somebody by like, I don't know, just asking if they needed help, and maybe they took that the wrong way, and he like just said all the wrong things and pissed them off even further.
Okay. So then, yeah, all right. In addition to the cost of doing research, which is 25 gold, basically 25 gold was just spent, giving somebody a loan if they needed it. Somebody like really needed this, wagon wheel repaired, and you kind of saw an opportunity to kind of like help them out, ingratiating yourself, buying drinks for people, that kind of stuff. So as you are looking around and asking these questions, we used to have back in the day a gather information skill, which was pretty cool. Nowadays, this would just be an investigation. So give me an intelligence investigation to see if, while you're helping all these people, you can sort of piece together some useful information about the Bandons.
I'm gonna use. Can I attempt to use my intrepid feature to give myself advantage?
Let's see. How would the intrepid feature help you in this instance?
Here, hold on. Let me put. It's not a D4. There it is. You make an ability check. It's an ability check, and so it's normally a D4 in A5e, but you said you want to just do advantage with those. But how it would help me? Let's see. It's more about his insistence. So like maybe even despite his setback, he persists with someone else and is this is the only thing he's focusing on. So if he fails one day, he'll try the next day with the same amount of insistence.
Because this is a essentially a limited resource, it kind of falls into the same principle as like you can't really guidance yourself during downtime.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just sort of a raw check because your attention is of course on other things as well, like leveling up and room and board and you know that sort of thing.
So intelligence investigation, you said?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. I clicked it.
Okay, yeah, it is a secret roll in case you did really
I wasn't
bad.
sure if it went through.
All right, so the general gist that you got is that the Bandons, isn't that a family moved out to Brindle? And then some people are saying, no, the Bandons have always been in Brindle. And then other people argue, no. The bandits were in Talar last time I checked. They were definitely in Talar. And then somebody else says, no, they're right down the road, Tarleton. There's some bandits in Tarleton for sure.
Oh, jeez.
And yeah, so it's kind of like, so you get the names of towns for Tarleton, Talar, and Brindle. As possible locations where the Bandons could be located.
Awesome, thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, that brings us to Barnabas.
All right, it's going to be a busy week.
Okay.
So, first off, he's going to be spending a lot of time with his patron inside of his ring because he's been kind of busy lately. So right off the bat, he's going to utilize his active crafting ability that he just got from becoming a craftsman. So he's going to start making things, starting with, I believe I can make most basic items. I'd like to make glassblower's tools.
Okay.
Which I believe happens at a half cost. Everything I make, I can like subsidize for every gold I spend. I get 1 gold for my active crafting, basically, up to 25.
Right.
So that will be 30 of the first day, and then I'm going to spend the next 3 days making, first glassblower's tools. In between that, he is going to take the identification pearl that he bought in the last session, and he's going to first crush up some like smoky quartz and using the heat of his forge, melt that around the pearl to create a black like pupil-like thing, and then he's going to use his new glassblowing tools to make a glass eye to fill his missing eye.
Oh,
and
dope.
in doing so, with the aid of his patron, will be changing at level 4 to have Devil's Sight, so he now has dark vision. And we'll see what. Yeah, and that's the new Barnabas.
Nice.
Dope.
So
Oh shit.
so next on his list, he's going to spend 3 days making brigandine armor, or at least during his active crafting sessions. So that will actually cost me some money. I have that written down. Crash. I have not shared it with you yet, but you don't need to read this.
All that could just all like money bookkeeping we just do on the treasure channel in Discord.
Sounds good. All right, so I'll use 3 days to make brigandine armor. It costs a little bit less than 100 gold, I think. I just sent you a link to everything I'm going to make, but don't worry about that right now.
Okay.
And then from there, I'm on day 5. I would go visit Gosler to get my brewing lesson. And I think it's probably reasonable to assume that I know halfling brewing, but I probably don't know elvish or dwarvish. So, having the coveted dwarven brewing techniques would be valuable to Barnabas because dwarves don't like to talk to anyone. So he would do that, and then I'd be interested to meet Sir Tyrion, and there was some mention of ice potions or ice oils, frost oils, when we were going to fight the river troll, and I'd like to at least learn how to make those.
Oof. Sir Tyrion would definitely not want to teach you that.
All right, then.
He is.
Don't worry about that then.
Yeah, he. You go to kind of meet with him, and it's very like hard shut down servants. He's got a very nice little mansion on the north end of town, and servants are basically just like he's not seeing anyone. He's too busy. You sort of explain the nature of why you're here, With narrowed eyes, the servants close the door. They come back 10 minutes later and say, he's busy.
All right.
It's basically your turnaround there. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sir Tyrion, I think they even tell you he's taking no applicants for apprentices at this time.
Noted.
It's basically what they say.
Okay. So I think
but you might be able to run into him at a council meeting because he does attend the council meetings.
Oh, okay.
Well, he very much has that reclusive wizard vibe going.
Gotcha. All right. Good information. And I think that covers my week.
Okay. Do you want to roll on the potentially spicier downtime table?
Oh, hell yeah, I do.
Okay. Give me a D100 roll. All right, a 41. Uneventful. Nothing additional happens.
That checks out, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, busy week. One of the results has you check on an even spicier table. So there's 2 sub tables on this table. That's yeah. There was a lot of second edition influence on the Ironhack setting.
Yeah.
So many tables. All right, great.
Then 53 gold is my total week expenditure.
All right. I will advance the calendar. And you guys maybe agree to all meet up. Ooh, that's another thing. Room and board for the week. Kellen has no issue with you guys all staying in Guy's room. And Guy has a really nice, suite, essentially. But does everybody just stay with Guy? Guy, is that okay with you? For all these people to stay with you? Or do you need them to all find their own place to stay, essentially?
I think Guy would be okay with it, but considering the fact that he'd likely be up super late, continuing concerts, his door needs to be unlocked. He'll come in really, really, really late with people cheering behind him, right? Waking him up. He also has this tendency to when he goes to bed, like a nighttime routine, to sing into his mirror, which probably isn't too great to have when you're trying to rest. But I mean, he's fine with it as long as everyone's cool, but Kellen might not like it so much,
Well, this is a good flavor builder because we'll go down the list. Layla, would you be able to tolerate that kind of lifestyle and living conditions, or would you seek out another place to stay? Now, you may be muted. Or gone? Question mark? Okay, I guess we'll skip.
Sorry, I was trying to fix it. That was weird. I was muted, but it was not really working properly. Okay. It was my mic, not Discord, so...
Oh, okay.
I flipped the switch on my headset. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So, Layla, she's a little bit of a night owl as it is, so she would come in pretty late as it is. So I think it would be a mixture of spending probably most of the time there, but some of the time she just falls asleep near the Druidic Circle in the forest.
Okay. Yeah, and you are of course welcome at the Druidic Circle, so you could stay there if you wanted to because, the Druid network kind of deal. Okay. Orion, what would your living arrangements be for the week?
Probably for the first day or two, he may stay there, but after a while, he get a little bit more of the. I think I'm a little too cramped inside these spaces. Claude, let's go outside, and we probably sleep outdoors.
Okay, yeah, just kind of like loiter outside of town, sort of thing.
Yeah,
so, I got you. All right.
Don't want Claude to become a house cat.
Jert, what would your living and sleeping arrangements be during the week? Now, you paid into the community to help them and kind of learn about stuff. So, more than likely, any family that you were like, I can help cover the cost of this, the wagon repairs, and they would be like, oh, you're welcome to stay with us for the week if you had nowhere to stay. So, you do have options there.
Yeah, he'd probably do that at least one of the nights or two, but he does probably camp out, whether or not he bumps into Orion or Layla on the way, but he would be outside of town at least one of the nights as well.
Team nature. Got it. All right.
Yep.
And then Barnabas, I'm assuming your living arrangements would be your ring, but also what else you got?
Yeah. I can only do that for 4 hours a day, so I have to have a place for it. And yeah, I'd get sick of the mirror sing routine after day one, so I think I'd splash out to get a room, and I'd basically just spend the entire week in there crafting inside the ring, and then only coming out when I had to. And let's be real, I'm going to make a mess out of this room because I'm going to be using it as a workshop when I can't go in the ring.
Okay, fair enough.
I imagine Guy would not appreciate me doing that to his room.
He would be interested, and he'd probably come over help you during the week in that room.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep it clean.
Every now and then I'd have to like go across the hall to get Guy because I need at least one more hand.
Mysteriously, some of the mess gets cleaned up, and it's because every time Dirk comes to take a shower, he can't help but clean up because he feels like he owes him. Just gonna use their shower. Oh, there's a mess here. I'll just deal with that.
Barnabas comes back and freaks out because everything isn't left the way he wanted.
That super fucks up the order. The notes are upside down.
I live with somebody in college that they were very messy, and they went on a trip, and then they were letting me stay there super cheap, so I thought it'd be nice to clean the whole house while they were gone. They were furious when they got back. Yeah, because everything was in a different place, and things that I thought was junk was actually like mementos and stuff like that. It was rough. So yeah,
one of those organized messers.
I feel that. All right, so modest living for a week would set you back 8 gold. Which having done so much good for the town, Kellen would probably discount that down to like 5 gold.
All right, I'll take that. Works for me.
Okay. Alrighty.
Take that out of my personal.
So really quickly, for over the weekend, helping out Barnabas for one, and to ask you, Crash, just to make sure this works. Now, Guy would help you with the eye, and whenever you finally get it working and would start working, he would also copy it to see if it works. Which, as far as I'm aware, should mean that I can copy double sight from Barnabas.
The mistress would love to give you this.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome, one of us.
the way you phrased that.
Spreading the cult over here.
Yeah. So, and I imagine whenever Guy copies your eyes, it is just as weird because it's a blue and black and orange, you know.
So during these crafting sequences, Barnabas, would your patron sort of reveal herself to Guy? And
that's a good question. She is in the ring, and I'm in there while I'm working. But when I leave the ring, she doesn't have much capacity to come out with me outside of, I imagine, being like a plume of smoke and fire.
Yeah.
So he would definitely like probably have some sense that I'm in there talking to someone. And if she wanted to reveal herself, she could.
Okay. Yeah. I would say that after a while of hanging out together, work together, Guy, you would eventually hear a woman's voice speaking to Barnabas from the ring. Like you would sort of become like more attuned to the fact that this is happening. Whereas before it kind of seemed like Barnabas was hearing voices. Now, Guy, you are hearing voices.
Would it make sense that it's whenever he's copying his double sign?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yes. And you occasionally hear her say something like, "Oh, that looks strange," like as if perhaps she's seeing what you're seeing.
Guy would blink a couple of times, kind of look around, look at Barnabas. How long have you known this person?
Oh, we met on the way here, and she's taught me so many wonderful things.
I'm sure she has. I'm assuming you needed a helping hand when I was gone.
The ring glows a bit, and it says, I sense that you already receive help, but if you'd like more, we can always talk, Guy.
No, that's all right. I'm gifted. It's talent now. No worries. What's your name? Could I ask?
Oh, names have great power. Hmm.
A name for you, then, perhaps. Nickname? Smokey?
Well, Guy, you could refer to me as Lady.
Lady. Fanciful. Okay, lady. Have you taken my Benoit boy's soul?
There is a peal of evil laughter.
So
like,
forward.
just canned evil laughter, like, coming from the ring. And then she says, no, nothing was ever taken.
Oh, good. Okay.
Barnabas says in an eerie voice, "You can't take what is given."
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Guy, looks over, looks back at the ring, looks over. Who am I to deny love? Well, it's nice to meet you, lady. I'm not sure what you look like or what you are, but if one ever offends or you need company, just tell Barnabas to come by and I'll start singing.
The ring glows with a warm light, and she says, I have become a bit of a fan.
Of course you have. I understand. And pretty soon I think I'll be a fan of you. I've seen the little magics that Barnabas can do, and I might take a few of them if that's all right.
But don't get the wrong idea. You're very charismatic, but I only have eyes for the tall one.
The tall one? He looks dead at Barnabas.
Oh, sorry, Barnabas. You're very handsome as well. And the ring kind of goes, all the light kind of drains through the ring.
Barnabas is not even paying attention. He's like in some kind of task, just like ignoring the conversation, like making his brigandine armor. Tying
That's good stuff. That's the brigandine armor's good stuff. All right. All the downtime is completed. There is no rain today. You guys meet up at the Old Bridge Inn to discuss what to do next. Having taken a week to work on things, rest, recover, recuperate, all that jazz. All right. I would assume Thanlin's probably at work, so get these guys out of here.
Guy will wave out as I'm assuming one of the people that got too close to Guy during the concert.
Yeah.
Kicked out at the moment, and he'll take a drink. He'll say, "Well, what a week." So, what'd you learn? What you want to drinks? Are we finally going up to the graveyard?
Graveyard? I thought we were going to the farms. Ugh.
Oh, you look terrible.
Yeah, her eyes are like black. She hasn't slept as much as she should.
I'm so sorry for you. Were you sleeping in the forest?
Sometimes.
That's not good for your back. My mother had a terrible time with that. I recommend a bed.
I mean, I was on a bedrobe. I didn't just sleep on the rocks.
What are you talking about? You just get a nice pile of leaves.
Yeah, but leaves to Layla would be like the pillows to you, right? Like, you're small, you're tiny. You can curl up, furl yourself up. You've got fur.
Exactly.
I don't look that much like death, though.
You look fine, Miss Layla. But getting back to it,
Whoa. Also, you would get an update of what's happened in the town after a week has passed. Jarrett informs you that a group of traveling adventurers or mercenaries heard about the graveyard, went to investigate. There were 3 of them. One of them died. Apparently, when they attacked the shambling corpses. One of them exploded, and worms went everywhere. The worms crawled into the flesh of their ally, and they died within seconds. They were so terrified that they fled and left her remains behind. Jarrett informs you that those heroes have left town and maybe left adventuring altogether. Their eyes were hollow and their hearts heavy. The missing farmhands has become such an issue that basically Daisy Meadows is considered cursed now by the locals, and they are having difficulty retaining and keeping any farmhands or help. It's really just down to the family itself, and if they can't get this situation resolved, more likely they're gonna lose the farm. They took out a big loan from Iormel, local businessman, and he has a pretty shady reputation for people that can't pay.
So farmhands, right?
Oh, sorry. And the local blacksmith did post an advert. He is looking for people to brave the Witchwood and retrieve for him a rare crafting material. He is confident that it could be found and has the location, but no one has taken him up on the offer given the reputation of the Witchwood.
Or we're gonna have to check that out.
So some of these, I think.
Who was it that's looking for that?
That is, Cole Hewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like some of these are kind of linked. If we do the things for the Daisy Meadows, that's what it was.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place to start.
Yeah, so if we do the things for the Daisy Meadows, that helps them out with Iormel. I think he wanted people to guard a caravan going up the trade route.
Correct.
Which,
Yep.
if we're heading up that way, that kind of puts us close to the Witchwoods and the bandits. We can kind of do those. The only thing that's kind of just out of the way is the whole dead
Cemetery
people thing. Which
I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot long pole.
Yeah,
Why
that
not?
sounds gnarly.
Oh, Jerk
mean,
this
we're-
way is 10-foot pole.
Well, and she just like slams down like 50 pages of paper. And there's the Hydra that I've spent all week learning about.
That too.
Oh, jeez.
What's its name?
Did you write all that?
Uh-huh.
Who?
It's a...
Who wrote those? You?
Yeah? It's very messy.
Did you go to the Hydra?
No. I talked with some spirits that had killed him.
You talked to some spirits. Okay, did they say anything about the cemetery?
I didn't ask them about the cemetery.
I suppose fair.
Yeah, Drew focuses intensely on this conversation.
It's a
That would
touchy
be a whole
subject.
different sect of spirits I'd need to contact. There are a lot of spirits for very specific things, Guy.
Sure, I just thought spirit, I thought dead, I thought, oh, they would know, but...
No. I mean, they may have, but you also don't want to ask too much of them or you find yourself in debt to them.
So, maybe then, we either handle the cemetery first so that it's out of the way, because it is out of the way, and then we go deal with all of that witchy stuff in the meadows. But it is missing people, and the dead are dead. Have we heard about any of the dead actually affecting the town at all, or is it just like nobody can go visit?
Yeah, like nobody can go pay respects at the old cemetery. people are afraid to sort of head towards that area, which is starting to be impactful because the new growth forest that kind of grows on the edges of the Witchwood is the people are allowed to perform forestry on that part of the Witchwood, but its closeness to this old cemetery, people are hesitant to go, which, you know, like, is understandable. You know, it sounds dangerous, and then you hear an adventurer got like killed. You know, you don't really want to go there.
In my many stories I've heard, does a worm crawling into somebody and killing them sound familiar?
Make either a medicine or a nature check.
Sure. Now, usually, of course, I would not be good at either of these. However, with my Guy of All Traits feature, I will do...
For making nature, I can give you advantage on that.
Or medicine.
Sure. I'll do nature.
All right. Let's see. You have no idea. Yeah. Even with advantage off the two of you guys can't recall anything useful.
Well, it sounds close to the Witchwood. So maybe if the cemetery is close in proximity, we can kind of bang them all out at once. It's not so far removed, is it?
I mean, yeah. The trail north actually cuts through the Witchwood, so but you would need to know exactly where in the Witchwood this guy wants you to go looking for the ingredients. Now, so he might have something that's near the cemetery, or he might have something that's near the road, or he might have something that's completely different location. So as far as stacking quests, you'd probably need to meet with Moreland to know for sure what part of the Witchwood he's looking for, because you don't want to just wander around in there.
I say seems the farm's is a little segregated on its own. We could wrap that up and then do our little talking charades with this individual that's looking for ingredients and the caravan master, and at the same time let the guards know we'd be headed up that way.
Sounds
But
good to me.
why don't we do the easy one? I mean, I don't know that it's easy, but you know what I mean. Why don't we
Do
just
any
do
of
the one
us-
that's nice and alone first?
Do any of us have a map?
Of the region, I would assume that you guys would probably, between all of you, have a map of the region.
Guy
Let's
on
roll it out,
rolls.
see where it's at.
I
Small
have,
location.
one.
Yeah. I would assume at least Guy and at least Barnabas would have maps of the region.
I now am proficient with cartographer's tools, so I could
Oh,
make one.
dope. All right.
Nice.
I could even make like a 3D topographic map with magical tinkering.
Whoa. Like
Okay.
Game of Thrones style, like the
Yeah,
intro.
exactly
you
like that.
unfold it and then you wind it and it starts like
That's
becoming
Jeez.
3D.
That
Very cool.
exactly.
How'd
the
you
one that
get
Guy
the
has
sun to
on
float?
Magic.
Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, you got a lot of things, a lot of potential stuff. Well, let me know what you decide you want to do.
So it
I
sounds
think we
like
should do the farm hands.
yeah.
I know we've been around for a week. Should we draw together the town council and tell them of everything we've done and see if they'd be willing to sponsor our adventures in regards to paying us to solve all of their issues?
Oh, officially sanctioned adventurism.
They probably know who was all missing too.
Yeah.
Well, they might know that. I guess it's worth it for that. But I don't really want to tie us in too much with, the city.
I just
Oh,
want
no.
to get Sir Tyrion out of his house.
Oh, you want to see Satir? Why didn't you ask?
Do you know him?
No.
Fair enough.
I can probably get him out though. I don't mind.
I clearly didn't bring the right tool for that job.
Oh, careful, careful. I almost took that as an insult. But, no, I can round up the council. I think that a couple of them come to my concerts. We made them a lot of money. I wouldn't mind at all.
I mean,
I can do all the talking for you.
We've dealt with a couple of their problems so far, so may as well talk to them now.
Oh, and don't worry, Layla. I'm scared of commitment, so we won't be tying ourselves down too hard. Guy will get up and start just walking to the town council.
All right.
Particularly one of the councilors' houses, not the town council's actual area, because I don't think they have one.
Correct. All right, let me take you guys over to Drellin's Ferry, and we'll get this going. When you accidentally close all your stuff. There we go.
Barnabas, you probably hate Guy's map. Guy's map is the back of a letter that looks as if it's a letter.
Oh, jeez.
It looks like she wrote like a map for him to go down from a place, but he's just drawn off of it. He won't let you see the letter, but
yeah, I was almost expecting you to say like bar napkin.
He's got plenty of those though.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, Barnabas has like size scales and all sorts of crazy things on his map.
I'm just permanently poisoned, it looks like.
Oh, really? Hold on, I'll clear you. Bloop.
Thanks.
Okay, so the home of Noro Whiston is definitely a good place to check if you're looking for him. It is a Sunday. A lot of people are going to be at church, so you could head over and try to catch them at church and get them free sweet rolls.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Were they ever able to fix the bell clapper?
Yes. Yeah, they were able to repair the bell clapper once it was discovered. So, the mystery of why the bell clapper was ever stolen in the first place is one of a lot of rumor mongering and gossiping and speculation. But I'm sure eventually something more interesting to talk about will happen. You guys are an interesting thing that people like to talk about. The things you've gotten up to, the adventures in the town. The big one seems to be killing the trolls. People don't like to think about food handling issues, you know what I'm saying? Or their own bad behavior. So the rum gremlins is kind of swept under the rug pretty hard. Like, because, a lot of people got a little too rowdy, a little too much public display of affection, just a little bit too much of everything. So while they're happy that was resolved, nobody wants to really revisit that. So the main story people talk about regarding the you guys is the troll. At least that's what you've noticed, kind of eavesdropping on yourself. All right. So the cathedral, dedicated to Paylor, is run by Brother Dirty. Brother Dirty is allegedly a retired adventurer. He was an adventuring cleric, but he eventually settled down and took over this, took over the responsibilities of running this particular religious institution. The majority of the town does worship Paylor, but there, of course, this is polytheism. So while he is sort of the favored deity of Drellin's Ferry, Avandra, Melora, they get some props as well, because you want to be in harmony with nature, you want to have good harvest, you want safe roads and travel and things like that. Paylor is very much, how do I put this? How do I explain that he's a white Christian god of Dungeons & Dragons without telling you that he's a white Christian god of Dungeons & Dragons? He is the god of humans, but he accepts, worshippers from all walks of life. And he is very, unfortunately, old school paladin, right? So the light of the sun, pushes back the darkness. Only through a pure and just life can we live, live well, etc., on and on and on and It's a little tiresome, but generally, while he has some of the most obnoxious paladins you're ever going to meet, his followers are good and decent people. Very rarely weaponizing their religion against people who are different from them. They do kind of gravitate more towards those be the light in the darkness kind of thing. That you know the world is hard, try to make it better sort of thing. So that's sort of the theology behind Paylor, at least in this particular campaign setting. All right, I don't have like a cool cathedral map in Foundry, and I'm not gonna bring you over to one because I hope that you're not gonna kill Brother Durney. So we're just gonna theater of the mind this one. So you head over, sweet rolls abound, and there are many people in the town. Let me get rid of this rain, this pesky rain here. All right, and yeah, you've missed the service, and you kind of show up as social hour is winding down. As you look through the crowds, you do see the town's leader, Nora Whiston. He is right there. Look at that guy. Look at this lady breastfeeding in the background. Look at that. What a progressive piece of fantasy art there. Good stuff. And then, let's see. Would Sertiran... Now, Sertiran don't believe in God. Let's see. Other people that you would see... Yeah, other people that you would see there would be Delora, who runs the stables, basically the best stables in town. Eormel would be there because generally bad people like going to church. So that for community reasons, politicians always like make sure to go to church and stuff like that. Ben Steryl's gonna be there. Jendar's gonna be there. Jarrett is not in attendance, nor is Winter's Wind, and Captain Serana Anita is there. Thanlin is not. Now that Thanlin's been promoted, Thanlin is basically covering for her while she's at mass, essentially. You don't see Morlin, Coalhewer, or Tharma there, as being dwarves, despite being dwarves who live amongst non-dwarven people, their religious ties to Moradin are very strong. So, do you guys approach any of these NPCs to try to gather information?
Yeah. Guy would be approaching Brother Durney.
Durney, okay.
And as he walks within 60 feet of him,
Yeah.
he will copy his religion.
Okay.
And he will, as he's walking up, be mumbling as if he's not exactly sure what to say. But as soon as he gets within 60 feet of him, he will start speaking a prayer of Paylor. Simply the, "O shining face of divine light, the sevenfold gifts of grace are thine. True glory to the day art thou, who dost the tongue with power endow." And he waved to everybody around as he finishes a prayer.
Oh yeah. People are amening like crazy on that shit, raising their wooden cups of wine and mead, and they huzzah your well said prayer to the Dawn Father. All right. Brother Dirty smiles at you warmly and says, "Have we met before? You seem familiar to me."
Yes, of course. You've seen me. I'm Guy. The performer?
Ah, yes. You're down at the Old Bridge Inn.
Correct. I haven't seen you around, but my face is
My duties to the cathedral keep me here. These are troubling times. People need guidance. And I am getting on in years and must continue to train those who would come after. And he kind of motions at like the lower level priest and acolytes who are, tending to the people and whatnot.
Oh, well, no need to worry. These are my allies, the Claws of the Veil. Please, come on. Introduce yourselves. Don't be awkward.
Have you met me?
And that's exactly who Guy was referring to. Bring it, Orion. Orion, you're in the corner.
And Jert's trying to like lean over him because he's a little shorter, trying to grab another one.
Sorry, they're from out of town. Very out of town, forest area.
That's all right.
Well,
The
I think they would've seen
the partnership of Pelor's son, and Melora's reigns, bring the people of this settlement great and fruitful crops. It is my pleasure that we are able to, and he kind of motions towards yonder mill. We are able to help provide food for the masses. These sweet rolls are a special treat, but any can come here anytime for a free meal and a place to rest.
That is most generous of you.
And then he smiles and he kind of gets a mischievous look on his face and he says, "But your friend Kellen probably doesn't want that to get out. Be bad for business."
So let's.
Please, Layla.
I assume we're all like close enough to be in the conversation, correct? Or is
Yeah,
Guy
yeah.
Kind of off to the side a little bit.
No. He introduced all you guys, so I'm assuming you're all kind
Okay.
of huddled
Good.
together, except for Jert and Orion and Claude, who are decimating the free breakfast table.
I don't think Barnabas would have gone into the church. I think he's outside smoking. He has like that feeling like if I walk into a church, I might burst into flames.
Oh, yeah. Your ring gets super hot as you approach the church. Yeah. And you get the feeling that you can't trust these people.
Okay. Then yeah. So like Layla's response to the going on about that, and then like the whole Kellen thing. She's like, "So what's the catch?
What do
You
you
get
mean?
labor out of it, or
No.
they convert to your faith, or?"
Oh, well, he blushes a little bit and he says, an old friend of mine used to say that you could catch more flies with honey. And in that regard, I suppose it's true. Caring for the town does encourage the town to care for us. But even if they were unable to do so, I would make sure that these services were still provided. There is no catch when you take care of your community. You are your community. If your community is strong, then you are strong. And he smiles in that kind of old man that's seen a lot of shit. In his gaze, one of his eyes is long since sort of, destroyed by a critical hit from earlier Age of Magic. And he just kind of looks out at the masses as they're all laughing and talking and sort of huddled together in groups and just sort of enjoying, community. I mean, the free donut part of church, the best part of church, free donut time.
If you don't mind me, Layla, Brother Durning, speaking of catches and all that, weird question. Are you in some way, shape, or form responsible for the consecration of the graveyard?
Oh, that poor graveyard. I have had some acolytes who wanted to go and deal with the undead that have risen up there, but it's far too dangerous. The graveyard is far outside of the town. We have our own little plot here. And he motions to a pretty decent-sized graveyard connected to the cathedral. That graveyard was used by the ancient Empire of Rest. None from the town, as far as I know, need access to that graveyard. And while it would be a great kindness to put those souls back to rest, I fear that if the wrong people went there, they might stir up more trouble than they would solve. Does that make sense?
Of course. I believe that someone already has. But we are blessed with, O Lord of Sun, and to thee we cry. Do you perhaps have something to help with such a task, to make sure the wrong guys go and stir it up?
Well, if, and he smiles at you, if there were young, brave, capable adventurers who were willing to go and reconsecrate the graveyard, I would be able to provide a ritual scroll and the appropriate components to do so.
Does one need to be a true believer to use this ritual?
He smiles, and it's all teeth, and he says, when it comes to the divine, if you call out to them, and they find you to be a worthy vessel, your piety means nothing to them. Your purpose and your function matter more.
Guy smiles at Barnabas.
Oh, like you look out the front doors where he's like goth emo teen, like smoking and like scowling at the church from across the way. I got you.
100%.
Okay.
I think we could arrange something. We are deciding to go help with the blacksmith and to deal with the. Actually, that's the speaker right there. Do you mind if I come back to you?
Of course.
We're gonna help with those missing people too, so blessed be upon you. And he will walk away, just kind of leaving him to get to the speaker.
Yeah. So Norrell Whiston is surrounded by people, and he says, Now, I understand you have concerns, but we are doing everything we can to keep the town safe. You may have heard some adventurers working with the town guard eliminated the river troll. I'm sure it will only be a matter of time before they deal with the Hydra as well. The area is safe. There's nothing to be worried about. And you hear somebody shout, well, what about them farmhands that's disappearing? And then he just kind of scowls, and another person's like, hey, say it's cursed. How long before my farm is cursed too? Daisy Meadows is one of the most prosperous farms in the region. You're turning a blind eye to these people's plight. And he looks a bit like angry and flustered, and he says, no. Please. Do you interrupt, or do you let him keep getting just beaten by the people?
Could I, if no one else is there, inside him, does it seem like he's particularly ignorant of that particular plight?
You could go ahead and roll an insight check. I mean, anybody that's with you can. Okay. From what you could tell, this guy cares about the town a lot, and he's under a great deal of stress. As far as knowing about the plight, he did know about the plight of the Daisy Meadows.
Got it, but it doesn't seem to be. He's ignoring it. He just is busy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, guy will save him with a strum of string.
Okay.
As he plays a hymn for Palor.
Oh, there's a titter through the crowd, and one of the middle-aged farmer wives, or I guess farmer who owns a farm, looks over at you and says, "Oh, it's that guy fella. I'm more of an apple girl, but I've been meaning to go by the old bridge to check him out. I didn't know he was such a devout boy." And then she fans herself a little bit, because it's Florida, so it's very humid and very gross. And then everybody kind of listens to your hymn, and there's a soft applause and some amens afterwards. The crowd's sort of distracted now by media, wanders off, and Nora Whiston, government agent, looks at you, entertainment industry, and he gives you a grateful nod of thanks. Hope that wasn't too real for everybody. But,
Guy is just going to smile, like large smile at him, take the hands of the woman, and say, "Mostly on Sundays," and will gesture for the speaker to come over to speak to us.
All right. Yeah, Neuro walks over and he says, I appreciate your help there. These are trying times, to be sure. And it feels like the Vale is running low on heroes.
Well, let me introduce you to.
I curse the day the rumors of the mummy's gold ever came north. And he looks like he's going to spit, but he remembers he's in church, so he swallows it.
The mummy's gold.
You see a text box pop up and it says the events of the mummy's gold are outside this written adventure.
Oh my.
They're basically on the mummy's gold Pathfinder storyline in the region south of here. Yeah, but it was such hot shit that basically most of the adventurers in this region headed south for mummy gold. So that's basically why there's a shortage of adventurers right now.
That sounds like post-game content.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Well, the Sands of Amon.
I mean, I haven't gotten to run a Cobra Dragon yet in 5e, so.
What's the
yeah.
Let's go. No.
No, I just torpedoed my campaign. So yeah, he looks at you and he says, but from what I understand, you and your allies, you're those kind of heroes.
That's right. I hope they don't mind me introducing them to another person. This is Jert.
He said, oh, no. I like it better when the adventurers each introduce themselves.
Well, they're a bit shy. Let's see if they come over. And he whistles to Orion. And Claude.
Orion, are you roughly the size of a beach ball right now?
Yeah.
And are you taking advantage
Oh my
of your mouskin cheek pouches to secret away sweet rolls for later?
Earlier his cheeks were puffed up like a chipmunk as he had just stuffed a bunch of sweet rolls in there. Currently both Claude and Orion are both just passed out. Balls.
Sugar crash.
He'll just say, "Name's Orion. This is Claude." He just puts up a thumbs up. That's all he can do right now.
All right. Claude continues to slumber.
Bars will sigh and walk up to him and say, "Hello, Barmiswa, Master
Oh,
Hall."
so you cross the threshold of the church?
Oh, is he in the church?
Oh yeah, they're in the inner courtyard area.
Oh,
Yeah.
then I'll just wait. I'll just yell out from afar.
Okay.
See, they're shy.
Yep.
He leans into you, conspiratorially, guy, and says, "Warlock, right?"
More like faraway noble Benoit. You know.
Oh, the Benoit of You can see he's like snapping his fingers. Benoit ball bearings? Does that sound right?
Oh, it does. It does. Good catch.
Wow. What is the son of such a prestigious industrialist doing, no offense, adventuring?
He's with me.
You lured him away from his cushy life of wealth and leisure?
Sure. I mean, we to travel the world to see all the famous industrious capitals. And Drellin's Ferry is renowned for its, well, namesake.
He makes a face at you, and he says, we are a great settlement, but we are certainly not a hub of industry. But I appreciate your honeyed words.
If you really want to know the truth, we have a favor from the brewmaster, and he's here to study.
Ah, Gosler. Yes. He spoke highly of you. He attended mass and left right away. Apparently he's eager to begin work on some new brew he was inspired to make.
Guy will jump, and he'll go, Palos light. This is Jert. I imagine Jert's been like lording over.
Oh,
him.
Yeah. Yeah, he strode over earlier but didn't want to cut in. And he slips in. Yeah, Jet Bandon, and he looks the townspeoker up and down and gives him a friendly nod.
Of the Brindle Bandons.
Perhaps.
The
Might be a bit
Tarleton
distant.
Bandons?
I come from a farm by the fields.
From where?
Hold on, let me pull up my. I need to remember that location real quick.
Sure.
Here's the area. Where's the area map at? It's
Golden,
like hella far
golden,
from
golden,
Golden Fields.
yeah,
thank
Golden
you.
Fields, southeast of Prosser. Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm from around Prosser, Golden Fields.
Oh, I didn't think Bandons had made it out that far. You're farmers, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I was.
He puts a hand on your shoulder, and he says, "A farmer is the foundation of civilization. Without a full belly, why live at all?"
And he rubs his belly full of sweet rolls.
So what has turned you to a life of adventure, Jert Bandon?
The knife was more thrust upon me, I think. I found myself in a forest for a long time, only recently came out.
You speak of the Witchwood.
Yes.
It is a dangerous place.
And the places beyond it that I can't remember much of.
He nods appreciatively. Survived the Witchwood. Promising. So
Yeah,
then,
trouble that way too.
Well, the Witchwood has always been a tenuous, well, our relationship with the natives of the Witchwood has always been a tenuous one, but things have been especially difficult. The river troll, for instance, it's believed that it, more than likely, came down from the Witchwood. And, well, these rum gremlins, from what I understand, they were some kind of fey creature. I've been meaning to track you down and ask you about what happened, but none of you seem to be in the same place for the past week.
Well, I think Layla heard a few things on where they came from, what they are.
Well, what is a Layla?
It's a mythical creature with dreaded, tired eyes and.
Are you there, Layla?
She's like 8 feet away, staring at the crowd, like this gaunt figure, just like hands on one of the piers, just like looking over the whole crowd.
He looks over and says, "Oh, 2 warlocks."
Nope. That one's an official druid.
Feels like everyone's a warlock nowadays. It's an easy path to power, but at what cost?
What cost is too great for power?
He shouts from 30.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He says, I feel like we're being rude. Why don't we get some fresh air so that we can also speak to this young Benoit?" And you guys kind of head out front of the cathedral so that Barnabas could feel a bit more comfortable.
Guy will roll out Orion too, just to make sure he's there.
Okay.
And not wanting to be left alone in the church will also follow.
So it's like some catamaran. You're like picking up stuff as you go. Like it's just being absorbed into your mouse body as he rolls you outside. All right. He says, "Well, tell it to me straight then. What were we dealing with? What were these rum gremlins?"
Guy
Faye.
refers to Jared and Layla.
Creatures from the Feywild. They delight in making problems for others. They infect alcohol and use rats under their own control. They like watching when everything goes wrong too.
Sounds like pixies to me.
Not dissimilar.
We did have
Pixies
a very...
will,
oh. He looks at you,
pixies
Layla.
will pull your underwear for fun. These creatures will take a scalpel and run it down from your eye to the mouth, because that's fun to them.
He narrows his eyes. Worse than pixies, then. We're no stranger to the occasional mischievous fae, braving civilization. Kind of moves his hands wide to encompass the town. But this sounds sinister. Should we have concerns? Is the Witchwood a threat?
They did speak of something greater coming, of an end arising.
You are aware, then, of the bandits of the North Road?
Yes.
These are truly dangerous foes, fearbolgs, small fae, related to giants. They are led by an ancient fearbolg known as Warkelnaw. And he says Warkelnaw like, even though it's a very silly name, like it's a very significant thing. He said, when he says it, like he doesn't think it's a funny name at all. He says, Warkelnaw has long hated the people of Drellin's Ferry, and well, all of the, I suppose to them, settlers of the Vale. I never thought that he would take such aggressive actions, though.
Dirk gets a puzzled look on his face. So, you got bandits with Fomorians to the north. You have the missing farmhands, and that's in which direction?
No, that's south of town, Daisy Meadows.
Okay. And then you've got the graveyard, and that's in what direction?
North of town. But on this side of the river.
Ugh.
It seems like things are going oddly wrong in every direction of town.
But it seems too chaotic to be organized.
Hmm.
Unless Warkelnaw is sending these smaller fae as a distraction, so that we're too busy dealing with them to deal with him.
Do you know
happen to
anything?
know
Sorry.
Find him. Sorry, go ahead. I think we're
No,
gonna ask
you-
the same question.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I assume he's holed up somewhere near the road, but in the Witchwood.
I doubt he's a mastermind like you expect. They don't pay a lot of respect to mortals most of the time. They're probably here of their own volition. At best, he's probably just, if he is a horrible person, probably just cashing in on the opportunity presented.
I don't claim that Warkelnaw is a horrible person, but he is certainly filled with a rage and a resentment that long has stewed in his heart.
Do you know of the larger Fey giants that he has under his command?
Sir Terran tells me that they are Fomorians. They are some sort of Fey giant. They are possessed of a disgusting ability to mutilate and deform the flesh of those they gaze upon with their evil eye. And he makes his one eye kind of bulge out a little bit. But like all giants, they are exceptionally strong. Deadly in battle.
Does anyone who survived the encounter know how many giants they have?
They've only ever seen one. But a troubling thing is that these fearbolgs are being assisted by humans.
Ooh. Jert frowns. Do you know where they're from? What people?
no one could recognize the humans they saw. But most people, as soon as they saw the giant and heard the drawing of bowstrings grow ever taunter, gladly gave the brigands what they asked for. But they continue to raise these tolls to use the road. Now, merchants are having to give up half of their goods. And in some cases, half of their beast of burdens as well, which makes the rest of their journey quite difficult.
Jert nods. Well, as you said, farm is the foundation of society, and he turns to the rest of the claws. I think we should go deal with these missing farmhands first, so that way this town doesn't starve, and then we can deal with the merchants.
I think that's wise.
I agree. Nora, while we're gone, would you mind arranging a meeting with Tyrion? We're going to need all the information on these giants and the brigands, since he has some kind of expertise.
He is a difficult one, but I will explain the situation and see if I can arrange a meeting.
Guy will know.
He doesn't really like adventurers very much. Especially with Jarrett taking over sort of the liaisons with adventurers, it has provided him with free time he never knew he wanted. And now he is hesitant to risk giving it up.
All we want is information to help your town.
Of course, I understand. And hopefully I can get him to understand as well.
I believe in you. Pat him on the shoulder.
All right, I'm going to need a performance, persuasion, or deception, because I don't think most people like to be, especially leadership people, like to get comforting pats. So.
All right.
Oh, man. He smiles, and he kind of leans into the pat a little bit.
Oh,
And he says, your confidence gives me confidence. Thank you, guy.
You're quite welcome. You're doing a good job. Don't let the crowds take you down.
Never. I am a servant of the people. I only wish that I could serve them better and faster.
You take care, Nora.
All right. He takes a deep breath, and he heads back into the throng of people that are waiting to complain to him.
Guy would just go nab the ritual papers and all that, or ask him brother. To,
Yeah. Yeah,
help him out.
Brother Dirty says, I can have these, the ritual kit, as it were, done up for you in the next couple of hours.
We're gonna go deal with those missing people, and we'll be back.
Is there someone amongst your number who can cast the ceremony spell?
Good question.
Can you?
I can.
Go
Yes.
for it. Throw it on me.
You want...
Please,
you want
no,
me to
bless me
perform
with
a...
a prayer. Yes.
Well, I mean, he shrugs, and he, he leans forward to you, and he kind of takes his hand, he splays it like all 5 fingers, and he places the palm against your forehead, and he says, "May Pelor's light guide you, and keep you from darkness. May you be the light in the world that guides others."
Does he use a ceremony?
No, it costs 25 gold. It takes an hour. He's not going to cast ceremony for you. Jesus.
So you got a
Guy-
free palming.
Thank you.
If you had faith, you would feel blessed, let me tell you. You still wouldn't mechanically be blessed, but you'd feel blessed.
Yeah. Guy will look over at Barnabas and be like, "Can we go over the constables? If none of us can do such magic, I can just learn it."
Yeah, I can't do this, and I don't think anyone else can.
Off from the side, you hear Ryan. Didn't he say one of his acolytes wanted to go? Can't they come?
He said that, but looking at them, they would probably be murdered by the worm creatures in a heartbeat. And I would rather Palor's light guide us in the way. And like I said, I can do the ceremony, just as long as Brother Donny shows me how.
Palor can keep his light to himself.
All right. Just give. How about you don't keep that gold to yourself? I mean, 25
What?
gold isn't much for us to learn such a spell, no?
Yeah, I think we'll
Shut-
spend the 25 to get it.
Yeah,
If none of us can cast it.
Yeah.
I mean, are any of you? It's
Paladins, I
It is a
think.
ritual. Yeah.
But I think it's like a cleric and paladin spell.
Yeah.
You have to either be a cleric or a ritual caster.
Yeah.
So,
Or
if you
guy.
guys, if you're guy, you also can cast
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So if Brother Dirny casts it on him, if you guys let it take an hour here, eat some sweet rolls,
Mhm.
and if he uses it on me, I'll just steal it as a reaction and copy it.
Ah, okay. He starts to understand your methodology. Okay. In that case, let's see what flavor of ceremony he would give you. Oh geez. Are you he says, are you planning to go today and take care of this problem?
Guy looks over. I mean, depending on how difficult the missing persons case is.
Actually, this will do. You're going to need this anyways for the consecration ritual. And he blesses some water, creating one vial of holy water.
Excellent.
All right. So now that you have seen how it's done, he gives you the writ that has the consecration, essentially a sub effect of the ceremony spell for these purposes. Sort of a funeral rite, but it is a reconsecration of the graves and whatnot at the site. And then he gives you a bag of 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver, and then the water. And so the ritual, like the sub ritual essentially that he gave you, will sort of explain how all that works.
Okay. Is that enough for me to be affected to steal it or copy it down?
With your ability, you only do this temporarily, right? Or is
No,
this just
I
like
can-
forever?
I can hold it until I get rid of it as an action.
Oh, yeah, sure. You could definitely say you have learned the ceremony spell if that is one of the functions of the mirror magic.
It is. I just need to be affected by the spell. If
Okay.
ceremony is cast upon me, or
Oh,
I'm
it
in the
specifically needs to be against. Well, then I'm sorry. You either need to lie to him and tell him it's your birthday, or you need to be dedicated to Palor's service for the next 24 hours, or you got to get married. Those are the.
let's do birthday.
Wait. Atonement. Do you feel like you need to atone for any sins?
Oh.
Oh yeah, no. Guy lied to the speaker about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Brother Dirty just chuckles and says, well, this will be a very expensive atonement for a very light sin, but here we go.
The acolytes.
Nothing is a light sin in Palor's eyes.
You go ahead and give me a, lying to spare someone's feelings. It's fine.
He
Go ahead,
says
give
that,
me,
I like give him and the church a look like, man, they that harsh.
give me a wisdom
Nothing's a light
insight.
sin.
Insight check?
Yeah, wisdom insight. Okay. Palor does not forgive you for your many sins, but you still learned how to cast a ceremony spell.
Hell yeah. Alright,
Yeah.
sheet. Guy will take it and he'll look up. Ah yes, I can feel the blessing of Palor. He smiles upon me. What gracious light.
Brother Dirty scowls at you, but not like in a angry, mean way, just in a this kid right here. Like, what the heck? You get the feeling, being put under this 1 hour atonement ritual, that the reasons Palor is upset at you have nothing to do with the casual lying and more to do with all the actual sinning that you do.
No.
All right, so I'm going to say that a couple hours go by of you guys learning rituals and hanging out. What do you do then?
During this couple of hours, I was just reminded of something from another player. Jared's gonna step out and go visit Thanlin, unless he came to church, because he didn't come to church, because he's watching over.
Yeah, because the guard captain.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring him some sweet rolls.
Okay, Thanlin's very happy about getting some sweet rolls. Who
then,
wouldn't want sweet rolls?
Exactly, right? And I'm gonna use that in order to bribe him, to remind him about the time that he tried to get that halfling buried by his horse named Donkey.
Oh, shit, okay.
And just slyly mention that I think he pocketed that 50 gold that we earned. Because I guess I'm going to go get that for our party fund, and I'm going to ask him how he feels about that.
Thanlin says, yeah, you didn't have to threaten to blackmail me, though, if you just needed the money.
It was for sweet rolls.
Why did you ask about Donkey? And if Donkey...
I don't know what you're implying. I was just talking about the last time that we interacted with each other. I'm sorry, I miss you.
The order of events was sweet roll.
I'm sorry.
Remember when we apprehended that criminal? How's Donkey doing? By the way, do you have the reward? I mean, what am I supposed to think?
It looks like he didn't even consider the possibility, or that he was afraid that he doesn't look like that he was afraid that he might accidentally imply something like that, and he just blankly stares.
Thanlin says, I mean, I spent some of it, but I mean, can I give you 40?
Sure.
Okay.
That
Yeah. So Thanlin, now that he's a basic bitch NPC, he doesn't really carry that kind of money around. So he will have the 40 sent over to Kellen's place tonight.
All right, cool.
All right.
There you go, Barnabas.
Thanks.
I feel like from around the corner, horse named Donkey is just looking at Jared, just shaking his head.
You're next.
Yeah. You see blue text appear. A horse named Donkey will remember this. So
Snitch.
yeah. When you shook down his master. Okay. Any other town business as you roll into the afternoon?
Did Jarrett ever find my string?
Yes, the string would have come in.
Thank you.
Yeah. No business. Yeah, that I can think of needs to be immediately addressed or anything.
So the intention is to head.
Some potential RP, but nothing crazy.
Is the plan then to head to Daisy Meadows or head to the graveyard? Or go find out the situation of the trade roads? Or go talk to Moreland and find out about this rare material?
We can probably pass by him, figure out what that material is, and then it sounds like the consensus was the farmhands, right?
Yeah, I think so. The farmhands.
I agree. We should swing by the blacksmith. From everything that I'm feeling on this ceremony thing, Paylor's kind of greedy. I'm gonna need some powdered silver.
No, he gave you 25 silver, powdered silver, and the holy water as part of the kit.
What a nice guy.
I mean, Paylor didn't, but Brother Denny did.
Man.
Guy?
Yeah.
That was gross, by the way.
What was?
Just... You were not that religious. You just went up to the priest. It's just gross.
I was that
Be
religious.
yourself. Be yourself.
Be myself?
You don't need to pretend to be some acolyte of some sun-glowing mass.
Guy's gonna copy Layla's nature and then be like, well, as the great badger of the sea once said, no, badger of the cave. You have to dig yourself a hole that those could follow under and build a nest.
That's a terrible idea if there's an earthquake. Walks back up.
Something on the way here?
Did I what?
Smoke something strange. You're talking like a beggar on the street.
I'm talking like you.
I've never talked anything about some weird sea cave badger.
I thought that's what we saw in the... Oh, right, that was a troll.
What?
I'm having a really weird day. This
Yeah,
this atonement makes me feel
You
strange.
are. Okay, well, maybe don't.
You know, being under the light of a god is a little bit more intense than I was looking for, I think. But hey, I got the spell. We can perform our service.
Yeah, but
Hey, do you ever need to get married?
you don't need to make yourself, I don't know, feel gross by changing into something so, I don't know. It just didn't feel you.
And who am I, Layla?
I don't know. Who are you?
It's a good question.
Maybe
I'm
you
just
should
a
look
guy.
into a mirror and figure that out.
He's just a guy.
Guy, you did what was necessary, and I appreciate you for that.
Thank you. Someone appreciates my willingness to bend over backwards for social norms, especially religious ones. Barnabas, also, I will wed you one day. Just for that.
You know what? Anyone would be honored.
That's right.
On our way out of town, should we stop by Moorland, Cole here, and see what he wants? Figure out specifics about what crafting material he's looking for and where it is?
I suppose we should try to make a promise to him that we're going to get to it anytime soon, just that we might be in the area.
Yeah. Information gathering. He's on this road.
Yeah, Jurt tapes another piece of paper to the growing quest log.
Yeah, right. Okay, so as you walk down the street, you eventually hear the sounds of Moorland's smithy up ahead, and kind of smell in the air, sort of the soot and burning coal of the forge, and sort of the low chanting of a dwarf hard at work in his forge. So hold on.
So this is the first dwarf we're meeting. How common is it to have dwarfs outside of dwarven communities?
In this campaign setting that you are in, it is not very common. The fact that two of the most prestigious citizens in the town are dwarves is sort of a good indicator of the type of people that live in and run Drellin's Ferry. And then that this area is relatively close to the remaining dwarven holds, and it is a trade port, or not trade port, but there's a river, so yeah, I mean it's a trade hub. So it's likely that if you went to a major city like Brindle or something like that, you would find even more dwarves, but it is unusual because the dwarves do hold a centuries-long grievance against the other races of the Vale for essentially not helping when help was needed most back during the Orc Wars.
Right.
Yep. All right. So I think the blacksmithing sound effects and music are a little bit lower than the rest, but they are on there if you are I guess interested in that kind of ambience. Let's see.
That's Barnabas's favorite sensory experience.
All right. Maybe I'll put on some music to go with it. Hold on.
I'm able to hear it all right.
Okay.
Barnabas, who normally stays towards the back of the group, would definitely enter this place first because he's excited to see the town forge.
Okay. All right. As you head in, Moorland looks up at you guys from his work. And let me see. I don't want to miss out on anything important that might be here. I check my notes real quick. All right. Moorland Smithy. Okay. Moorland Coalhewer. All right. Moorland and his apprentice, a young human woman in her early 20s, are here. And you do see that his anvil is marked with dwarven runes and iconography that would be respectful towards the god of the dwarves, Moradin. his smithy is sort of an open air situation. So basically, the outer walls can be sort of folded up, so that lots of like air and breeze can kind of get in while you're working. And he has it open to the cloudy day, and he is wearing essentially a pair of breeches, boots, and his work apron, and he is shirtless beneath that, and he is kind of pounding away at a piece of metal, while his assistant sort of like works the bellows and rushes about doing all that. It is just the two of them working this whole shop, and you do see that there is an area where it does look like things are for sale, essentially like pristine premier pieces kind of thing, and then you see sort of the in and out area where there's materials are sorted for in, and then orders are sorted for out. He stops what he's doing, and he looks up at you guys and says, there you are. The heroes of the, no, you're the, gosh.
We are the claws of the veil.
The Sparrow Spears. Oh, the Claws of the Veil, right. And his assistant says, they dealt with the troll. And he says, yeah, the troll, yeah. Oh, that's great. Great work.
Many more things to come.
No, I heard you're working with Jarrett. That's good. I suppose you saw or heard about my billet. Look, that's why you're here? Or
yes.
Are you interested in some of my finest work? And he motions, and you see like sparkles like on his finest works.
Perhaps a little of both, but
Yeah,
let's talk about this quest or task you have.
All right. So, in the Witchwood, there is something called ironwood. It's popular among the druids because they can't wear metal armor. And so, they use this ironwood to sort of create equipment that is as strong as steel, but carved from wood. I should very much like to work with it again. I have a contact within the Witchwood who has informed me that a great and ancient ironwood tree was recently struck by lightning in one of the spring storms. The tree has fallen, and the wood is exceptionally empowered with the storm's energy. Because the tree was killed by natural means, it could be harvested without breaking the pact that we have with the Witchwood. The problem is the natives of the Witchwood might not be amenable to intruders, so I'm looking for people brave enough to go to this fallen tree and bring it back to me. Those of you with brains that do maths, the idea of a fallen iron tree, it seems like it's going to be very heavy.
I have a block and tackle.
Yeah.
And an extra dimensional space, so we could probably use that to move it.
A lot of people that try to do shit with trees without hiring like professionals get killed by or injured badly because trees, not iron trees, just regular trees, are stupidly heavy. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, like it's almost like the human mind can't comprehend how fucking heavy a tree actually is. But yeah, so an iron tree is going to be quite a feat to get that all the way back to town.
Are normal tools able to cut through it like lumber?
Do you ask him that?
I do.
Okay, he says, that's a good question. And the answer is no. You need special, enchanted equipment to work ironwood.
I'm assuming you can provide.
Send my tools away. I'm just hoping to get the wood.
If you want one, you might have to part with the other.
That implies that the whole tree wouldn't be brought. That's a lot of wood we could
Well,
take.
we might
like
need.
religious significance to me.
We
or-
need to get that wood before the Kiri to Kitor get it.
What the what now?
Couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
Does Ironwood have any sort of religious significance to me, and do I know who those people are?
Okay, so the assistant says, Master, I think you mean the Tiri Kitor. And that's what I said. The Tiri Kitor are the Shadow Elves, who are essentially the rulers of the Witchwood.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you don't mind, I guess it'd be an insight check, but when he was talking about like the whole like, since it was struck down naturally sort of thing, I guess I'm trying to see like, is he just trying to like find like basically a legal loophole he can?
It is
argue to the
100%.
denizens?
It is 100% a legal loophole. Yes. They are not allowed to cut down any trees within the Witchwood. Only the new growth forest that grows along the edges of the Witchwood. But since this tree was not cut down, it died naturally.
Sounds like fair game.
I mean, yeah. You also know as a druid that Ironwood is of particular interest to Fae because some of the more powerful Fae have allergies to iron. And so the Tiri Kitor in particular love to craft their weapons and armor, particularly their arrows from ironwood, in case they have to deal with such powerful entities.
Okay.
Because the tree actually pulls minerals up from the earth and has sort of iron in it, like in the wood. So like a petrified tree that was somehow still alive, that was metal, is so it's definitely a rare find. And the idea that it was killed by a storm, oof, that's got to be
directly ask.
If anybody was a craftsman, they would probably be drooling right now about how fancy, what an incredible find this is as far as crafting materials go.
I'm going
may
to
or may not
assume
like
the elves of the Witchwood don't know about this tree yet. Having
He smiles and says, and that's why we need to hurry.
Does Layla share that information about why they get the ironwood?
not in front of this gentleman, here in the now.
Oh, but like as you guys are walking away, you'll kind of fill them in. Okay.
Yeah, she wants to have a sidebar conversation with them.
Okay.
Do you know how tall this tree was before it fell?
It was a stout fella. Couldn't have been more than 30 feet.
Okay. That's information.
But about 8 feet around or so.
Fucking huge. Oh my.
Do we have like a... Does he have like a
So-
cart or something that we can help wheel this thing? Because...
A cart is not gonna handle
Oh,
that.
yeah, I'm
That's-
just saying at the very minimum.
Yeah, yeah.
like,
Yeah.
So Barnabas, you understand that, and I'm not trying to make this a racial thing. It is known in Elsir Vale that dwarves can be very greedy, even though they saved everybody's lives, and at their core, they are lawful and goodly, if such a thing actually exists. They could be almost as greedy as dragons. This guy wants the whole tree. Logistically, it doesn't seem possible. You'd have to bring a whole team in there, and you would be noticed immediately by the natives if you brought that many. The amount of people and equipment you would need to haul this tree back would immediately garner attention from the denizens of the Witchwood.
Yeah. So my one thoughts on it is if we can cut it up into several pieces, I can get it back here. Pretty much not no problem, but minor problems. But cutting it seems to be the biggest issue.
Before we say we want to do this, I think we should all talk about it.
Yeah.
Something to talk about while we're dealing with some Meadows, perhaps?
Hmm.
It
Yes,
says,
and-
well, if another group of heroes comes, like the Sparrow Spears, and they want to do it, well, tough luck.
Have you met them?
I have some
How
good
many
folks.
are there?
They're all birds. There's an owl bird, and there's a crow bird. There's a hawk bird. I think one of them was a blue jay.
So there's
None of
more
them were
than 3.
None of them were sparrows, though.
And
Sounds like a
I think
nightmare to begin.
That's when his assistant says, yeah, but they all headed south after the mummy's gold. And he looks at her and he says, girl, when I need you to comment, I'll ask you. I'm haggling right now.
Yes, and speaking of which, what will you pay us to retrieve this ironwood for you?
If you retrieve the entire tree, I will craft for you each one item of ironwood using my incredible skill. And 500 gold.
Yeah, I don't know if we get that entire tree though.
Have faith, Jert.
Will you provide us a tool to cut it up and to bring it? Surely someone of your talent and skill is something that could do such a trick. You are a dwarf, right?
Other than the troll, what have you really done that is impressive enough for me to trust you with my equipment?
We have slain Gremlins, creatures of the Fae, and I assume came from the Witchwood. We've dealt with these sorts of creatures before, and I have the ability to counteract all of their charms. Let alone what the rest of them are experts at. We've got a tracker, we have a druid, we have an inventor, a gun too, and, well, just look outside and see the lion and the ranger. I give you persuasion, Jeffrey.
Yeah, give me persuasion.
Nice.
Oh, shit. He says, all right. I'll allow it, but I can't trust you folk to deal with my tools. So, I'll be sending my assistant. And the assistant goes, what?
Oh, jeez.
He says, that's right. I trained you since you were a wee girl. I know that you could do this. She looks visibly ill at the prospect, but then nods her head. Okay.
Glad to have you aboard. What's your name?
That's if we accept this mission, right?
If you accept the mission, that's true. That's true. Because another adventuring party might come and take care of it. So, yeah. The girl says, the name is Jocelyn.
Jaws. Like Jaws of the Lion. Pity. Well,
She
we'll
can
be
stay
back.
here for now anyway. We wouldn't be leaving out on this anytime soon.
Welcome to the B team.
Well, if you take too long, we're gonna miss out. And I'll never forgive you.
Inside check.
All right.
Never forgive us for doing you
He's-
a favor that you're
Oh,
hiring
gosh,
people
guy.
to do.
He's
Guy.
a dwarf. They hold grudges.
He will carry the grudge he bears against your party to his grave if he finds out that somebody else got this ironwood before he did.
I might bear a grudge if someone else gets it.
Merely because we didn't act with enough impudence and quickness to your liking.
He says, well, that's your specialty, isn't it?
Impotence?
Humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
You're brash. That's what I like about you. That's why I came to live in Drellin's Ferry. Life's too slow back in the holds. Here, everything moves at a breakneck pace. He says, as you look left and right down the streets of this sleepy trade town, and you see a little boy fighting with his pet donkey to get it to pull some stuff down the street, and a cat licks its balls on a barrel, and that's it. That's all that's happening. And he's like, oof, the big city.
She's just staring him down like a falcon, basically.
All right, Claus, let's have a talk, and we'll be back for you, Jocelyn, if we are going to go pretty soon.
All right.
Before we leave, what kind of wares does he have? Like,
Oh, yes. Currently available for sale. Let's see. That's the player's primer. That's the
not that
full
we have
art of.
money.
Oh man, that full art of Moreland. Dang. Did I not have full art on this mini? Oh, he got them big muscles. Let me see if I could throw it in the chat for you real quick. So- you asked what goods he had. Yeah, you asked what goods he had, but I think you meant
Guns.
what
Oh, yeah.
guns is he packing? Yeah,
I
there you
wanted to
go.
see what arms he's bearing.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Whoa.
All right, let's go in here and
Blush.
go to. All right, Moreland Smithy.
Man, those
Woo
lats.
wee! All right, so he has the current goods available for sale. He is one of the few individuals who knows the technique of making cold iron. Which, you know, IRL, cold iron's not really a thing. But in Fantasyland, cold iron is a type of metalworking that the weapons are brittle, but they are especially potent to fey creatures. So he can create cold iron weapons to order. He generally doesn't keep them on hand, and the ones he does sell pretty quickly because of this region's closeness to the Feywild, essentially. He is the NPC equivalent of a forge cleric, so he's sort of got a craftsman thing going on there. So he can enchant weapons and armor. And the prices can vary based on the materials, the weapons, and the residuum that you are able to provide. Additionally, he can provide disenchanting services, wherein he can destroy any magical item and create residuum, which can be used to create other magical items. Also, residuum can always be used on an even swap for nearly any paid spell component. So residuum is the good shit. He can also silver weapons, in case you're dealing with werewolves. He kind of cash mentions that werewolves haven't been an issue lately. But you never know when werewolves are going to be an issue. Gotta always watch out for werewolves. And let's see. He currently has a battle axe +1 for 1,000 gold, a longsword +1 for 1,000 gold, a shield +1 for 1,500 gold, a breastplate +1 for 1,500 gold, a chain shirt +1 for 1,500 gold. He is selling bundles of magical arrows. They are +1 to hit and damage and stack with magical bow bonuses. They are a 200 gold per bundle of 10. And he also offers commission work if you have monster parts that need to be made into weapons and armor. All of his equipment is, of course, of dwarven make. So the longsword is just as long as a longsword, but also like 2 fucking feet wide.
Nice.
And yeah, and the shield is redonkulously big, while only still providing the normal shield bonus. The breastplate, of course, is just resplendent, and there's all sorts of like cool like carvings and detailing and stuff like that. And then the chain shirt, this is like the thickest chains you've ever seen on a chain shirt. So this is very old school, 3rd Age of Magic dwarf equipment here. Since he does tell you, since it's magical, it will eventually, because it's not attunable, it will eventually adjust for your size. Eventually.
Wearing 1,000 layers of chain link fence. Yeah.
Yeah. like literally you're just wrapped in like anchor chains almost. Like the chains are so stupidly thick.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. All right.
You did say
No.
magic arrows, but not a magic bow, correct?
Yeah, 200 gold for 10 of them.
We, as a party, have like 230 gold.
Yeah, we get this is like level a couple levels ahead of us.
Oh,
This
not
stuff.
even. We have 185 gold between us.
Oh, don't forget the 40 that Dirk got back.
Oh yes, I haven't added that yet. Thank you.
You haven't. You made me do this.
Oh, also, it's worth mentioning that the Temple of Pelor, in order to keep providing the entire town with free food and places to sleep as needed, does actually sell scrolls. Yeah. So they normally have on hand Bless Cure Wounds, a level 2 Cure Wounds, a level 3 Dispel Magic, a level 2 Lesser Restoration, and Brother Durney can be commissioned to scribe any scrolls of the 3rd Circle of Magic or lower from the Cleric spell list.
That's actually really good for Guy, because we can just get him cast on him.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put both of these lists into the treasure channel so that you don't have to memorize them.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect.
Yep.
Well, we were talking about if we want to take this job. Just from a financial standpoint, it's the highest paying one we have so far.
Oh, are we stepping away?
Yeah, let's step out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. There's about, once we are out of stepping out range, Dwarf can't hear us distance. Layla just immediately turns to all of you and she says, I'm not willing to satiate this man's greed. He has enough going on. And with as much ongoings as there are around this town and the land nearby, it might indicate something that reaches a little further than this town. I am not willing to anger an entire wood's worth of elves just for this dwarf.
What if we anger them for our own benefit? I might be able to do something pretty cool
We
with
might
Ironwood and
need
Layla.
Their aid.
Yeah, but Layla, that could be good armor for you, could it not?
And if we were to let them know this thing exists, they might... Who's to say they wouldn't reward us?
It's tough to say. They might just
They
take
are
it.
They are a strange lot, even amongst druids, reclusive, and stories I've heard. I've kept away to not get wrapped into the eccentricities. I do not want to help this man on a technicality
That's
just
true.
so that he can plunder and get rich.
That is true, and I agree with you. But for our own benefit, too. If there
She
are...
just glares at you.
if there are problems stemming from the Fae and the strange Witchwood, well, this Ironwood seems to be one of the primary sources of means to deal with them. Even the elves use it.
Yeah. We might not want them
Yes.
to have it.
The ones that... Would it not be better to maybe, broker a good relationship with them, considering they know how to forge the stuff into weapons against Fae, and live amongst the Fae, and probably know quite well how to deal with the Fae.
That's true.
Seems like a short-sighted gain for a long-term consequence.
What if we try to strike a fair, reasonable conclusion between both parties? What if we bring half the tree back here and give half the tree to the elves? I know this guy wants all of it, but he's in no position to argue with what he gets.
It's not his to take. It is the
It's not-
land's.
It's not anyone's to take.
Barnabas,
It's yes.
can I ask you a question? A
Of
favor,
course.
actually.
Yeah.
Come here. And he's gonna watch like a railing that we're like walking by.
Yep.
That lamp that you have. Could you set it on this railing for me?
A lamp.
It's a ring. It's a
Sorry.
ring.
It's a ring.
Sorry,
Sorry.
also
Yeah.
ring. Can you set your
Yeah.
ring on this railing for me?
Sure.
And then he's gonna yawn and stretch and just accidentally bump the railing when the ring falls to the ground, and then pick it up. All right, this is mine now.
Oh, as you pick it up, you feel amorous vibes coming from the ring.
It fell over, so it's mine now, right?
I mean, that depends on whether or not I can take it from you.
But you see what I mean, right? It just because it's yours and it happens to fall over doesn't unmake it yours.
I suppose that is true, but this tree does not belong to anyone.
No, you want to go into their forest, their homeland, and steal a tree that has fallen over, that they use to defend themselves. You will disarm them against the fae that they live next to. I won't do it either.
And I won't go against the wishes of the party, but I think this is very valuable, and that is simply my point.
My thoughts,
I'm
if
not
anyone.
arguing its value. I just don't think it's worth anchoring an entire land of people for this man who can't see the consequences of his actions.
Well,
Thank you, Dirk.
Well, I don't want to be. I'm not trying to argue. All I'm trying to say is, well, if the assistant wants to come along, that's fine, and we can convince her to also tell the story. But why don't we broker some kind of deal with the elves? Whether we're splitting it by half or giving them the full thing. Tell them what's been going on with the road. That there's a creature, a giant, attacking people. In exchange for the information on this tree. If we can get their aid, as you say, they know how to kill it. They know how to deal with it. There's a creature mutilating the flesh of people, just sitting in the inside of their Witchwood. And it's dealing with us now.
I mean this very kindly when I say this. I'm a traveling druid because I somewhat understand this whole civilization thing. I was raised in it. But bartering and trade and deals, not really the way they operate. The whole basis of how your town functions, you can throw out the window. Probably won't mean anything. You're going in expecting a favor for a favor. Probably will be seen sour.
Maybe. Or we'll make a friend.
I doubt it.
Fair.
And I'm actually not too keen on bringing the girl either. I don't want to endanger somebody's life for a tree.
True. True.
Oh, bringing the girls because he got a nat 20 to convince this dude. So he wanted to make sure the mission was successful. So no offense to you guys, but he knows that the assistant could do it, which is why he, was like, oh, so the assistant too. He's that confident in your ability to keep her safe based on Guy's persuasion check.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not because he hates his apprentice and wants to get rid of her. Your understanding is he very Brunor Canterbury kind of thing. Like he actually raised this girl. So she's sort of his daughter in addition to being his apprentice.
So we don't think that we can make a deal with the elves, but we're not willing to help them with this creature because they're not helping us, right?
I'd be willing to help them. They might be willing to help us if we did it without asking for their help in return, and just show them that we're not trying to encroach on what's theirs.
Do you know why they haven't dealt with the creature yet?
No, I haven't went into the forest.
None of us know that.
Just curious.
And I would also assume because it's not really in the Witchwood, you're talking about the Fomorian, right?
I am.
That's on the road, not the Witchwood. That's why they haven't dealt with it, not their territory. It'd be like coming into your front yard because they see, like, I don't know, something picking at your bushes, and then they decide to kill it right there on your front doorstep.
Is it not from them?
Now, the Tiri Couture do have a history of warfare against the Fomorian giants.
Yeah.
So they are sworn enemies of the Fomorians.
No, they fight the Fae. They would be more inclined to help us if we asked, but I don't mind that suggestion, Guy. It might be worth talking to them, but I don't think we should ask for the tree unless it becomes a part of the conversation.
Correct. I just... it seems like a loss to not, if we don't just show them the tree, give it to them, and then get their help on this Fomorian.
Mhm.
But we're going to... let me just say this now. Because we went in and talked to that dwarf, one way or another, if we don't get this tree back to town, he's going to hate us for the rest of his life. I assure you that. Like, he is dead set. We are now identified in his mind with the acquisition of this tree.
So he didn't accept the job. If he wants to hate us for saying no, then that's on him.
The dwarves hate everyone, after all.
Well, they got a good reason for it. I'll give him that. But it isn't fair. We're not old enough to remember, none of us, so... Let's go help with the missing farmers. And if it's available, maybe we can talk to him. Maybe he can hash something out. One problem at a time.
All right, so you guys are gonna head to, you're gonna head to Daisy Meadows, trying to figure out what's going on there. Final answer? Any other business in town before you leave? No? Okay.
Done.
All right. Okay. We are at a good spot then to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. So that's what we'll do. So I will see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes. I'll throw up the break thingy.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna step outside. I'll be back.
This does seem like one of those missions that is morally agitated, but very profitable.
Absolutely. And I do think that they're right. Like, I'm always going to take a Barnabas stance on arguments, but I legit think that they're right that if we piss off those elves, that's going to have big consequences. And also, this guy is definitely a dirtbag. But he's Barnabas' kind of dirtbag. Man's a shaker and a mover. Plus, I'd kind of like him to teach me how to make cold iron. That could be useful. And he's certainly not going to do that if he hates us forever.
True. I could probably always maybe try to convince him to not hate us forever.
Butter him up a bit.
I will.
There. Oh dear. Oh, that's bad. I just had a can of soda fall off the top of my fridge and spring a geyser across my kitchen. Yeah, no, I mean, just logistically, like, I have no idea how we would get that back here without a humongous, even with my ring, like, I just was doing the math out while we were, like, talking about this dimensions of it, and it would take up most of my ring vessel, which is pretty full of stuff. I'm not saying it's not doable. I could, shove everything into a corner. My patron might have something to say about it. Although I bet she'd approve of at least the seediness of this deal.
The only thing that got me was the idea of an anti-phase thing for all of us.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing though, is like
supercharged with like
right. Yeah, so that's the other big thing here is it's more than just ironwood. This is special ironwood that has like an electric charge, and who knows how that's going to play out. But yeah, again, like, we could bring this stuff back to him, but at this point, like, I'm not sure what I'm capable of creating, but stands to reason with maybe a little research, I could just turn that into stuff and we don't have to give it to anyone. It probably has a greater value than 500 GP.
And a weapon or armor for each of us.
Yeah, exactly.
Make.
Welcome back. Appreciate you arguing with Guy. Put him in his place.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Sorry, I'm a Drew at the party. I'm going to be fierce on a few things.
I appreciate it. Barnabas needs people to keep him in check because he will make greedy, terrible decisions.
You may think it's like strange. She's like, yeah, let's keep the stuff we got. I don't know. She has unique.
No, this is a good argument. Honestly, I was just saying this guy. Like, I think you're 100% right about the elves. They're gonna be pissed off if someone takes this, and it's just. This dwarf guy's shady, and logistically, it's a mess.
Guy's wondering if you can take Jocelyn aside, and despite her being raised by him, like, maybe convince her to come help us get it to the elves.
Right, your father.
Right, and basically it's going to show that things have been happening around, and that, whenever we get there, for whatever reason we couldn't get it, but maybe, because she's got the tool to deal with it, right? That would come along, and then we can get that to the elves, and they could help us, or at least just help in general, keep the Witchwood more safe, because things are leaking out of the Witchwood at an accelerated rate.
Yeah, but just so we're clear, we're talking about bringing her with us and like taking the tool from her at that point.
No, convincing her to help us.
Okay, we're gonna have to convince her to betray her mentor, which it probably won't be too hard. He seems mean to her.
It's a fatherly love thing, but
yeah,
it's a thing.
Glad we have Guy for such occasions. Do you
Hey,
have your
girl,
plus 11? Do
I
you
can
have
be
the?
your new daddy, you know?
No, no. I do have +8. +11 is
Okay.
next level.
All right, +8's still pretty good.
Yeah. It's very, very high.
Yeah.
Crash was like, I need a deception, performance, or persuasion. It's like any or all of the above. I have expertise in all three.
Oh, jeez.
So that's just my thought, that if we can get her on board with us to help the elves, though it's hard to convince Way to help such a seclusive, solitude-based people who don't want to help anyone else. They just want to be alone in the woods. That's the whole reason why the dwarves don't like them, is because they just never helped, ever, at all.
I have good news. We have just reached 100 gold in the diamond fund.
Yay!
We blew through
right.
a lot of money earlier.
I'm back, so we're just waiting for Sven and Lex.
Mhm.
I've been keeping that separate so we don't accidentally spend it.
So-
Gotcha.
Crash.
Hmm.
Logistically, what are the chances of convincing a daughter who's been raised by her father dwarf lovingly for the last however many years she's been alive, to instead band together with us to help the elves in this case, using her father's tools to break it down, and for the betterment of her town, because it is under attack constantly, and the elves watching over would be very useful.
I mean, a single persuasion check probably wouldn't change a person's entire life views, but you know, maybe a montage, wine and dine, walk by the river, you know, bare your soul, whether real or fabricated.
Needs guy, come on.
Yeah.
guy's special.
Essentially, it would be a skill challenge more than just a single roll. Sometimes I lean into the meme of like I seduce the dragon, and then sometimes you gotta take a bit more care with this stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's not something we could do along the trip. Sort of
But
thing.
one of my favorite mods for Skyrim is the one where anyone in the world is recruitable if you have a high enough persuasion. And I had a playthrough where I must have had like 20 just random fucking people that I had convinced to help me do dragonborn shit. We'd get into combat and I would just sort of like go get a drink and come back because they would take care of all the problems. So,
It's fun
and
having
once
a
you get
mod.
to level 5, you'll have unlocked B team. So acquiring these NPCs won't slow down combat too much or keep them or put them in too much danger. So
And if she's been taught how to make cold iron by her father,
There we go.
All right, let me preload this area. Okay. And let's see. Drellin's Ferry. That's where you guys are. You're going to Daisy Meadows. So let's see. Toggle on that navigation. Preload scene. Oh. There we go. All right. So back to it. You guys are heading down to Daisy Meadows. All right. It's a very big farm. Like, you know, D&D would have you believe that every ship is a dope pirate sloop and every farm can be fit on one Zapiku map. That is most assuredly not the case. You guys are meeting with them in their little farmhouse, but I'm just using the farm map for now. This is the, you know, as you kind of walk up, you see a little pastoral homestead kind of thing. All right. You can see two children. They are working very hard. and they are basically going about the task of trying to haul in some, like a big cart, and they're fighting with like the oxen that is pulling the cart, and they just look bedraggled and exhausted, like these children are being overworked for sure. The girl catches sight of you guys first, coming along the south road from the town, and she says, "Oh, is that a lion? I think that's a lion." And the other kid says, "Oh, wow, what's a lion?" And she says, "That." And the two of them kind of excitedly start waving at you guys, and the ox just like actually like starts to like settle in, like it's gonna like fall asleep standing up. And they start cheering and whooping and all that. As they kind of are cheering for this lion and the people that are with it. Claude's used to it by now, I guess. The door to the farm house opens, and you see a lady come out. And while she has a bit of a kind face, she also looks haggard and exhausted. She looks over at her kids with a expression when she first comes out of the door, that haggard tiredness or whatever, but her expression is of panic when she hears the children, and then of relief when she sees the children are okay. So this is definitely a woman that is experiencing ongoing fear, essentially. So she comes rushing towards the children. Dad is nowhere to be seen currently. All right, so you guys kind of approach with your posse to this cart laden down with crops.
Yeah, guy will be waving.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe could have heard him in the distance strumming something, but just put them at ease.
Okay.
As we approach.
As the mother approaches, the child says, "Ma, look, there's a lion. Just like in that picture book that I read when we were in town." And the mother nods and says, "Well, be careful. It might be dangerous." And she looks over at you guys. Is it dangerous?
Just before we get to there, Orion will just tell Claude, "Play nice. They're young."
Okay.
yeah,
all right.
she'll-
As she says, "Is he dangerous?" He flops over on his back, shows his belly, sticks out his tongue in a blip, and just sorts like kind of wiggling back and forth on the ground. The children laugh, and the mother says, "Oh, I guess he is. Sort of a shame. Could use a dangerous beast in these hard times."
Don't worry, ma'am.
She-
He can be fierce when he needs to.
Oh, well, my name is Samara. This is my daughter Bo, and my son Frankie. And the kids both, smile and wave. They all just have bags under their eyes, and they just look haggard. She says, "My husband's out in the fields. But what can I help you with?"
We are the Claws of the Vale. Have you heard of us?
Can't say I have. I haven't been to town in almost 2 weeks.
It's quite all right. We dealt with a river troll problem as well as some fey mischief. And we had heard that there had been overworked farmers and missing people causing
Oh,
we are here to
yeah. She looks nervously, kind of left to right, and says, "Why don't you two go and finish chores? I'm gonna take a walk with these folk and just keep working." And she kisses each of them on the forehead, and she holds them a little longer than she should, because she's so scared she's gonna lose them. And then she kind of walks away from them with you guys. She says, "Oh, finally, the town council sent you?
Nope.
No? What's the point of even paying taxes if they won't answer our pleas for help? Things
He
are
didn't need to
bad.
ask. With the town fostering like his is, we figured we'd handle it without his need to even ask.
Well, things are
Remote.
real bad. They're real bad.
Give
It
me a
started.
plan.
It started with one farmhand going missing, and we assumed that, he had just gone and run off. And then, it happens now and then. You hire people who are, migrant or vagrant, or just need a. They just need a chance to work for a little while. Now we have some true hangers-on that live over yonder, and she kind of points at the servant quarters sort of thing. Which honestly, the building is kind of the same size as the house that she just came out of. But no, the man who went missing, something by the name of Lancelin, I believe. He yeah, he just up and left. That wasn't too strange. But then 2 days later, man and a woman, they both disappeared. And well, we just assumed that they had gone and run off since they were pretty sweet on each other. But then more and more people started disappearing. And eventually, even our most loyal workers, they left. They said the dreams were too terrifying, and they weren't going to end up missing like the others.
Have you yourself had dreams?
She looks visibly sick to her stomach, and she says, "Yes. Yes, I have."
As much as it is comfortable, walk us through them. It might help.
The dreams don't come every night, but more and more frequent now that the disappearances have slowed. Well, honestly, they've all but stopped. Well, no, that's not true either. Star, my farm cat, she went missing just a few days ago. But it feels that whenever a disappearance doesn't happen, the dreams come. And they come swift and they come hard. It's so real, you see. There's there's so much blood. As she's getting ready to talk, you hear a man say, Samara, who are you talking to over there? And then this guy kind of comes from the fields where he was, dealing with them sheeps. Kind of hops the fence, says, you there? You looking for work? What brings you here?
We're here to handle your issue. Missing hands.
And what might your name be?
He smiles bleakly and then shows you both his hands, and says, I know what you mean. The name is Engelbrecht, and I am, I guess I'm the landowner. These parts, this farm has been the jewel in our collection, and it's fallen on some hard times. And he too has the sunken eyes and the sort of just haunted look about him.
Have you seen any strange shadows in the night?
The two of them look at each other and says, I can't say that we have been going out much at night anymore, with all the disappearances.
From your windows? Nothing when it was, even when it started.
Well, around the fourth person that went missing, I started to get suspicious. We did start setting up guards and patrols. When two of the guards I had hired and their dog went missing, I knew we were in trouble. All told, we've lost 9 people. A cat. And when he says a cat, Samara stifles a sob. 3 dogs. A mule. And 7 sheep.
So there's not really any sort of connection with the people or anything. It's all just kind of
Well, I thought
disappearances,
perhaps it was some sort of monster, maybe hunting.
Are there any traces left?
That's the thing. There's nothing. Not a speck of fur, a scrap of clothing, not a bit of bone or blood.
Would I have any inclination to a dream creature, one that steals people away in dreams with appropriate?
You may attempt an Arcana, and anyone else who would like to could attempt either a History or a Nature. Those are the 3 checks. I'm going to take one of each, but you guys can each you can throw out those 3 amongst yourselves.
I will take history.
I'll do the nature.
I
Alright,
can give
the person
advantage on
doing-
nature. Or
Oh,
you
okay,
want that
never
shirt.
mind. No, I was gonna say I can do the same thing,
I'll
but we'll just do double advantage.
Okay.
I'll take Arcana. And Barnabas, are you proficient in Arcana?
I am proficient in Arcana, but I just rolled for history.
No, I'm gonna take your Arcana for a second. Or
Okay.
I'll copy it so that I can look over at you and think.
Okay, so let's see. Historically, you know that history kind of represents more of the mundane answers to things, and sometimes, right, like non-magical. In this particular instance, could be slavers, bandits, brigands, poachers that are taking everything alive, either for like slave trade or worse. But Layla, because of the closeness to the Feywild, they could have been taken by Fey creatures into the Feywild if there is essentially a ring nearby or something similar. By ring, of course, I mean like a fairy ring. Unlikely, but there are Fey creatures who find mortals and mortal animals to be very amusing and have been known to essentially lure such things into their little domains to play with them and keep them. And then Ark, you do know that there are a number of supernatural predators who could have flown off with them, or simply magically enchanted them to leave. And that would also explain why there's no evidence.
Nothing on dreams and bloodlum. No.
So in regards to dreams, recurring and vivid dreams are almost always a sign of some sort of divine or arcane concentration of power. And you do notice, on that note, looking out at their property, there is an ancient ruin just in the middle of all of their all of their
that's
farmland, right? And Benoit, historically, this style of construction predates the dwarves.
Okay.
So this ruin would be over 1,000 years old.
Well, that thing's older than the mountains, and it might shed some wisdom on the situation.
Do you say that aloud?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, Samara and Engelbrecht look over and they say, that's just, well, we're not sure what it is, but we had it rededicated to Melora. It's a temple. and it's provided us with bountiful harvest for years and years.
Perhaps. Yeah. Go ahead.
And the disappearances just started.
Yeah. We had when I first bought this property, those ruins were in disrepair. I'll admit I didn't fix them up very much, but there was something about the statue of that woman that just, to me, I just felt that it was Melora. She's the protector of the wild places of the world, and I figured this far outside of town we could definitely use that kind of protection. Also, being of the earth and of the seas, the weather, she could provide us with bountiful crops. So I had the ruins consecrated and dedicated to her.
Just like put a hand on her shoulder. It was not a bad thought, and was probably a proper choice. But
I've owned this land for 20 years. Never had any. I don't know. It seems like you have. Are you? What I'm saying is, Melora watches over us. We never do harm.
Did you clean anything off or take anything from the ruins when you cleaned it up?
No, as I said, I didn't even restore them. I left them as is. The druid I spoke with, who performed the consecration, they said that this was an ancient place of power. Something about the wind was blowing, but they said that it was a good and just thing to rededicate it, for it had been abandoned. But that since it was a remnant of a wild place, and I was dedicating it to Melora, I should just leave it as is. I had even offered to dip into my personal coffers and try over time to rebuild it. But they advised me to just let it be, and so we always have. I won't even allow the children to play there.
Seems you've mostly been wise.
Mostly?
Well, yeah, not letting the children play there and leaving it be. I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, there's a number of things. Could be anything from, I don't know.
Let's go check out the area. We're going to scope around your farm a little bit, if that's all right.
So wait, let me get this straight. You're just going to help us? Just because?
Well, you don't...
And his lip starts to quiver, and his jaw tightens, and you see tears welling up in his eyes.
Oh, calm down.
You're just gonna put a hand on his
worries
shoulder.
me.
Farmers are the backbone of any great society. He nods.
Plus, we'll probably manage to find a way to get paid for doing this.
He chuckles.
If not by you, by the town.
Thank you. Is there anything you need to know from us? I'd prefer we left the children out of this. They are... And the camera kind of pans over to the kids that are playing with Claude. And he says, they've been through so much. And they're trying so hard to help. But it's just too much work for the four of us to do. And if sleep does not come easy, they wake in the night with terrors.
Has there been any sort of normalcy to the age of the men and women who were taken? Or has it just been all over?
He looks thoughtful. And then he says, none of the elderly workers I had went missing. Nor have any of the elderly animals I keep. They've all been young and in their prime. But no babies. Like the cat just had kittens. Lord knows we're trying our best to keep them alive. Bo feeds them every night with a small spoon.
Very cute.
Guy's gonna start wandering over.
Thanks.
Yeah. Go check out those ruins.
Okay, so now you guys kind of like walk away from the house and reach the farm proper. All right, there's a very small mill, not at the scope of the one in Drellin's Ferry. And they grow all sorts of crops that could somehow survive in Florida, and some crops that shouldn't survive in Florida. Even with the lack of workers, this is one of the most fertile farms you've ever seen. Bandon, your family would have wept for joy to have such bountiful crops.
Man.
I mean, look at these fucking pumpkins. They're 8 feet across. I mean, this is no joke.
Oh,
So,
jeez.
yeah. You see these things? These are strawberries. Each one's the size of a goddamn apple.
What the fuck? Okay. He's
Hey,
investigating this. Can
Look,
I roll?
look
like,
at
a
these
survival-
chickens. Now, admittedly, these are just Bruma chickens, but still,
Taste
Can I
that
roll
soil.
Yeah. Can I do a survival or nature? He'll get down into the dirt and attempt to see if there's anything unnatural going on here.
Oh. Okay, give me survival or investigation.
Okay, I'll do survival since I can't roll lower than 10 and have advantage. Go. Bam.
Oh, they're not Bruma chickens. They're Brahma chickens. I always forget. You guys seen these Brahma chickens? IRL?
What?
They're like chickens the size of toddlers.
What?
Yeah, it's like a real thing. They're just tremendous. And they have these long-ass legs. It
wow.
kind of has some real dinosaur vibes. Here, I'll post one up real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What
one
the-
of the fun things about D&D is just learning weird shit.
They've got
Oh my
like
goodness.
goofy
That's
Yeah.
legs.
terrifying.
Like
That's like
walrus.
it's the size of a human, like a human toddler. They're
like
really
wearing
big.
Those
fleece
talons will
pants.
fuck you up.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. Anyways, but yeah, it's a very fertile farm. With your survival check, are you being assisted on this? Like when you see Jerk kind of lean down and begin kind of looking through the dirt, running his hands through the soil.
I think he has
Yeah.
auto advantage, so
Oh, right. Auto advantage. Right.
Yeah. Can't roll lower than 10.
so yeah,
it's
yeah.
pretty dope.
Yeah, as you are kind of doing, you feel something in the soil, and you pull it up, and 2 things happen. One, this is rich soil, so it's like sun baked on the surface to sort of a nice like brownish red, but beneath the surface it is a crimson almost. It is so dark. Your hand is stained, sort of a reddish black, and you hold in your hands a bone.
Ooh. Oh no.
Seeing this, I think Layla's just going to go ahead, because we're not quite at the temple, but she thought about as we get to the temple, she's just going to go ahead and throw her hands out to her side, concentrate, kind of pull upwards, and her eyes will shift to kind of a blue glow, and she'll do Detect Magic.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Going for the next 10 minutes.
Okay. So what you see is sort of an overlay of necromantic magics in all of the soil and even the animals. So it's not like so bright as to hurt you. It's almost like a shimmer of magic. But you do recognize it as necromantic.
And yeah, Jert's gonna walk up behind Layla as she's doing that and just kind of hold the bone out.
Yeah.
look at this.
She'll
The bone is not magical when you hold it out. But anybody trained in medicine, you recognize it as a human finger bone.
Ooh.
Oh, dear.
I think she'll just say, I think this land may have been built on an old battle or something.
Our
And
graveyard.
the soil
will
here,
change.
it's seeped necromancy.
Well, that's not good.
Even the animals, their blood, their fur, it's just coated in a light dusting everywhere.
And I imagine the price for benefiting off of the death of others is you lose your life, hence 9 people missing.
Give me a moment. That's a good theory, but if this is such an old temple, perhaps there's writing that they couldn't see.
Right.
Guy's going to reach over to Barnabas and ask for a few papers, and he'll bring out some of his own. He's just going to start reading over and over again the same paper.
If you need a few minutes, this only lasts so long. Maybe someone could accompany me to the start of the temple. I'd just like to peer in and see if it feels any different inside.
Yeah, Jared will draw his axe.
Oh,
Let's go.
if we're hurrying, as you walk by, his eyes will turn completely glass and mirrored, and he's going to cast Comprehend Languages.
Okay.
And he'll come with.
So we're moving up to this area, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to hurry. My spell only lasts so long.
I don't see a reason not to investigate. There's just
I'll just get
blood
up
beneath
here
us.
where I can get that magic aura inside the temple. I don't want to cross the threshold though.
Well, let me be clear. It's not that I want you to rush or you're rushing me. It's just we're in an area where there's been disappearances. And splitting up does not seem like a wise choice.
Fair enough. Sorry.
It's all right.
And she'll peer in, just taking a deep look over the remains of the temple with, normal and magical sight.
Okay. So you realize that this area does have a bit of magic overlaying it. And that magic is from the School of Abjuration. And again, it's just a very thin, sort of like sparkle, like overlay. Like nothing in particular is just lit up like crazy.
And is it like in a situation where is it like the further out you go, the more it like shifts, and it's like the necromancy's not seeping in and this isn't seeping out kind of deal?
Yeah. Well, the necromantic energy seems to be specifically in the plots of land and the soil.
Okay. Not like here and here, just like the soil and where the Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So with Layla's cue of the magical presence, can the identify spell be used to identify a magical effect, or is it specifically limited?
It is
to
specifically
items?
an item that you're handling.
Can
I'll
an
bring up the spell real quick to check the wording, but you choose an object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell.
So
Ground
it has to temple count as an object, or is it an object?
Yeah.
Fine.
If you want to do that, that could work.
It would cost me a spell slot, but it could reveal something, perhaps. So I'll give it a shot.
Okay. As you spend 10 minutes doing that, or you're using a spell slot. It still
That's
takes
right.
10 minutes,
It is a ritual spell, so I can just do it as a ritual.
Yeah.
I guess
So
Yeah, it always takes a minute if you use a spell slot. It takes 10 minutes if you do it as a ritual.
So Barnabas will take off his eye patch and reveal his new eye and start looking around at the magic auras.
Guess I'll ask.
Oh man, you've got magic aura sight too. That's cool.
Since the guy specified he hasn't
shit.
altered this temple or anything, or done anything to it, does it actually have like a big statue? Would I recognize the figure that it used to be or anything?
Yeah. So as you approach, you do see that there is this is kind of like up high, like at the front of the thing, like in what remains of the entrance, sort of above the entrance, and then here you see the same individual, They seem to be some sort of they're wearing like robes. The robes are expertly sculpted. They are a full-bodied, very voluptuous feminine form. That the curves of this individual are there cannot be hidden by the robes they're wearing. Out here, they hold aloft grains and harvest, and then they have a sickle, and the sickle is held down at their side. But here, their arms are crossed, and they have again, they have the sickle, and they have the thing. Now, what is interesting about these individuals is as you study them, they look less human the longer you kind of look at them. Like the nose is super broad, the lip is somewhat cleft, the ears that you can see, one of them has broken off, and the other that was hidden by hair is large and wide, similar to almost like a deer or a cow. If you didn't know any better, you would say that these were sculptures of a Firbolg?
Okay.
Now, Orion, you go to talk to the chickens. Okay.
Yeah, this would have been when they were.
I'm gonna give it to you straight. They're chickens. So, yeah.
Was there any other
but
farm animals nearby as well?
there are sheep nearby.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the chickens walk up. They're curious about you. The chicken is like, oh, there, mouse. And some of the chickens come up, mouse. And then one of them says, cat. And then they notice like Claude for the first time, and they just begin to run in circles. Feathers coming off. Eventually, a large rooster appears. He is taller than you, Orion. And he has them long legs. Look like he's wearing some flare pants. And he says, "Be gone. Take your beast with you."
Just asking a couple of questions, and then we'll leave.
This harem is protected by me and the Great Old One.
The Great Old One, you say?
Hmm.
Who might that be?
It motions with its wing towards the statue.
There have been other people also working on this land. Have you seen them come and go?
It stares at you with its chicken eyes, and then it kind of cocks its head and looks back towards the farmhouse, and it says, "Yes, the humans. The humans are our masters. The humans give us a safe place to live and a good life."
Have you been having dreams at night when the sun is down?
He nods.
How long has this been happening?
He's a chicken. He doesn't really have a good sense of time.
I figured.
Yeah.
But if it's been like short, long, if it's been like a very long time that he's been having this, essentially.
Many days, or whatever the chicken equivalent of days is.
Have you all seen anything happening during the night, or have you all just been sleeping?
At night, I move my harem into our castle. He motions towards the henhouse.
All right. And then you said there are sheep as well.
Yep, the sheep.
Yeah, he essentially will just go over to them, ask them the same questions if there's been anything weird that they've noticed.
The rundown from the sheep. Actually, for the sheep, I'm gonna need persuasion or investigation charisma.
Can I substitute that with my beach speak, which allows me to use animal handling? I believe for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it. An eyewitness sheep tells you that it saw another sheep get pulled into the ground by vines. Like just pulled into the ground, like the ground wasn't solid, like it was water, and just disappeared.
Can it point me to the location of where this occurred?
Yeah. They walk you over, and it was like right here.
All right. And I guess Orion will do a survival check to see if there's anything that he can notice.
Well, immediately you notice one of the most terrifying scarecrows you've ever seen.
He jumps back.
The art on the map does not do justice to this creature. Creature. Whoops. To this scarecrow. It is dressed in old rags. But there is just something ominous about it. The pumpkin that makes up its head has not only rotted, but has been overgrown with black mold. So it almost looks like it doesn't have a head beneath the wide-brimmed pointy hat that it is wearing.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Orion will keep that thing in the corner of his eye as he is looking around the area.
Time. Yeah, so the sheep are showing you, like, this is where the sheep disappeared.
Survival check.
Yeah, sure. Okay. It is, you don't see any signs of like any signs of a struggle anymore, because it's been several days since the sheep disappeared. But I mean, as you kind of feel around and look around in the grass and whatnot, the soil even beneath this grass is very rich and very loamy.
Interesting. All right, then he'll head back to the group and essentially report what he's learned from the animals.
For the
All right.
farms following people to feed the plants.
They said that they saw one of their own just get pulled into the ground. And I imagine you also mentioned that you found bones, so yeah.
Yeah, he holds up the bone that he found in the ground.
So the farm is eating people.
You think it's like a specter or something? Kind of ghost?
Or the whole farm is cursed.
Probably.
Imagine it has something to do with that statue in this. Would you call it, Layla?
I mean, I don't know that it is one, but it looks somewhat like the furbolgs of the forest.
Let me go in. If I can find some language that's in their giant tongue, it should confirm it.
Sure, it seems safe enough.
Guy's gonna have a poke around. He's looking for writing or images.
It has, an aura of protection about the place. As weird as this sounds, I have just this inkling of a thought that this shrine might actually be protecting the farm from worse happening, honestly.
Perhaps. Or it's angry, like the Firbolg are. Pretty dangerous creatures, to be honest.
That's a possibility, but I don't know.
Well, would you like it if somebody came into your house and put up a different holy symbol? Said, oh, all of the crops that have ever grown in this country had nothing to do with nature. It was all Palor's golden sunlight. Nothing to do with any of the farmers. I'd feel a little bit scorned.
Oh, Orion, you notice a second scarecrow.
He shivers. He gets a little bit closer to Layla.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, those scarecrows are creeping me out.
Layla, did you ever look at those ones?
At what?
The scarecrows.
No?
You got the magic eyes, don't you?
Yeah. Where are they?
Ryan will point off to the east. And then there's also another one to the southeast.
Guy will inspect the statue for writing or images.
Let me know if you find anything, Guy. If not, we can head over afterwards. As you said, don't split up and all that.
Oh, right. Well, hopefully what you said is true and here is safer. Never
All right.
leave anybody alone.
So you guys are looking around in here?
Guy is looking amongst the statue for images or languages amongst the ruin engine.
Okay. Can I get an investigation? You can have advantage if someone is willing to help you.
I will help him.
Okay.
Do either of you have proficiency?
I do.
I'm gonna copy that.
He said the thing.
Okay. At the base of the statue, now sort of overgrown by dry grasses and kind of covered by debris and built up soil and whatnot, you catch what you think is sort of the groove of a rune. And as you start to kind of move things out of the way, you see written in giant is the following: Skeg Ket Kor, and then below it says blood and sacrifice.
Both in giant?
Yeah, so Skeg Kakor is just, like the pronunciation of essentially a word that doesn't exist in a language that you could parse. With your spell, you would understand that this is a name of an entity.
Right, exactly.
And then it just says blood and sacrifice beneath.
Okay. I'm gonna wave Barnabas and Jared over. Do you think it's active? It's a glyph of some kind.
What does it say?
Blood and sacrifice in a name.
Well.
Skeg-Kator?
It seems that it's choosing to take sacrifices, whatever it is. Perhaps this is indicative of the old religion that used to be here.
Yeah, does it look like this was carved in before? This
yeah.
statue was not originally here, right? So
No. The statue and the structure are over 1,000 years old.
okay.
Yeah, and the carving seems to be the same time period as the
Right. That doesn't
everything
seem
else.
to. I don't think that's this person though. That name that just carved in there is this being.
Well, this place is older than the Dwarven kingdoms. Very old.
Can I even attempt a history check?
Yeah, you could try a history check.
Alright. Or I will help Barnabas.
I'm pretty good,
And,
those.
no additional weird magic from the statuary, correct?
It does not seem to be.
Really,
Ooh,
really quick.
Barnabas. All right. Wow, good roll. You recall that Skeg-Ket Kor was a essentially an ancient fey spirit of fertility, and she/it was worshipped long ago by essentially those who lived in Elsir Vale before the dwarves even came. So she was sort of like the Melora of like the old pantheon, as it were. And the most common, at least based on the histories, races and species that lived in Elsir Vale a long time ago, like before the dwarves, 1,000+ years, were giants and minotaurs.
Wasn't expecting that. And then Barnabas recalls all of this information he learned in school.
Yeah.
Okay, I skipped that lesson, I think. But perhaps we should warn the farmers to get off the land before it takes another. Though it seems to happen at night.
I think we're going to be hard-pressed to convince people to leave what they consider to be their land.
That's true.
I
Could anyone...
don't think I know that Fey God's a little bit of an omen considering everything else we've found.
Correct. Now it's spurning to life. I suppose if it hasn't been active, maybe it's angry. Does anyone have a eye on some Melora symbolism? Whatever he did, maybe we should remove it. Is there anything?
Oh yeah. The most common symbol of Melora is actually a seashell with a swirly wave, kind of pattern.
Has that been put anywhere?
Yes. There is one in a place of prominence between the statue's feet.
Okay. Guy is gonna go over there and pick it up.
Okay.
Do you know if it was... Well, never mind. I think my questions I've answered myself. I was going to ask if you knew what kind of face spirit it was, but considering the subtext, it's blood and sacrifice. It probably was... I don't know. Somewhat warish. Probably were brought here.
Well, it
spilled
does
out
say...
on the floor.
I do recall that
Oh, my bad. Are there
was...
just like random pillars of light on the left-hand side of the map? I'm so sorry about that.
Not so
I
much
don't...
pillars of light, but I'll assume it was like terrain walls that are displaced
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. I think when I was prepping, I went with billboard pillars, and then I was like, we'll switch to column pillars, but then I forgot that I had left the billboard pillars there, so I'm sorry. That has no bearing on your adventure and your investigation, so there shouldn't have been any of that weird terrain shit, so sorry about that. Okay.
But as I was saying, she is a fey spirit of fertility, and it seems that she demands sacrifice to maintain that blessing.
Kind of give a nod. I mean, there's good or bad that could come out of appeasing the old spirit. Trying to tell the farmers maybe they should offer seasonally or so a good livestock to her. But it could also just make things worse.
Get hungrier, right?
I don't know.
It is troubling that these old spirits are just suddenly coming up in activity now that we have the presence of so many other fey creatures around Drellin's Ferry.
As the other druid said,
My thought is
the
either
veil
we just...
between worlds feels thin. Oh, sorry.
That's
Go ahead,
right.
Kyle.
No, I agree with you. I think we need to rush this. If this is just getting worse and the veil's getting thinner, either we anger her and we destroy its statue or something and we end this, or we go handle the Fomorian and the Furbolgs and bring one of the experts back. See if they know what to do with such a thing.
None of you think that trying to appease it's a good idea?
Oh boy, I don't know that it's tough to say that we want to bolster a fey spirit. You know, I don't know that's necessarily our ally or that it means well, but it might save lives if we do it. Also might cost more.
I'm inclined to trust you on matters of mysticism, Layla, but I do have apprehension in empowering the Fae right now.
I don't really have an expertise in this. This is old, beyond anything I know. I think you're right to some extent, Guy. It's angry because something else took its worship. And it wasn't a bad idea on the farmer's part. How were they to know? Melora is the right god to dedicate something like this to. But it was a shrine that was inactive, and now it is. And whatever's peering through is angry at its defacing.
Is it possible that Melora is the only thing that's holding this together, that they are conflicting for control over this area, and that if we remove Melora, that this will be unchecked, and that the disappearances could then become tenfold?
Layla gives you a thoughtful nod and says, "This place does feel protected. I'm not sure from what or by what. It's a bit of a roll of the dice, a risky one, whenever we make a decision."
All I know is I already changed everything yesterday by casting a simple spell, and this could be a really big change.
Yeah, but it could have nothing to do with this also.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, we wanted to go investigate those scarecrows, right?
Sure.
Let's take a look at those while we think about this. And I'm not averse to the idea of potentially angering it by removing that marking and waiting to see what happens at night.
Yeah, we should
Hold
probably
his
stick
axe
around.
tightly. We can
Well,
just fight
if
it.
we remove the marking, we might. I say we leave the marking there unless we do plan to try to appease it. Because of the whole subject might be two gods conflicting for two spirits, whatever. Conflicting for control.
DM, is this stone floor?
Long ago it was, and it still sort of is, but winds have covered it with dirt, and very very stubborn grasses have tried to grow in that dirt, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, there is stone here, but it's the stone of centuries and centuries and centuries of just nature trying to reclaim it a bit.
Did the glyph look like a seal? Or was it a spaceship?
Well, the glyphs were just literally just alphabet characters, just carved in there to sort of say,
I see.
yeah, name and motto, like business card style.
You're just gonna hop the
So
fence
we
over
trust
here?
our instinct. Best to not overthink this. Go with whatever our heart feels is right. Make that call. This is a little too complicated to try to think it through. We don't know all the answers.
Guys, just gonna drop the symbol of Melora for now. Just leave it in here and come with the party.
Okay.
I'd be very interested to know what this Skeg Ketkor would think of some troll blood. We do have a bunch of files of that.
Do you pour some out?
Oh, no.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I said I'd be curious to know.
Oh.
I am going to act with reckless abandon.
Yeah.
If we want to go with making it, appeasing it, that's not the worst way to do it.
At least we won't have to use any of our blood.
Well, trolls are a form of giant. Might be offensive.
Tough
Whereas
to say.
Or
humanoid
considered
blood.
honored.
That's true.
Guys, as you approach these scarecrows, they reek of rotting meat.
Ew.
Ooh.
Layla, do you see anything?
Layla, you do not with detect magic, but I will pause the game to give you a quick tutorial on how detect magic works with undead and
Oh, no.
constructs. It only pings magic when they are active. When they are not active, the magic is dormant enough that it does not register for detect magic. This is how piles of bones can go undetected until they rise up as skeletons, and how, say, scarecrows could remain undetected until they are slicing open your throat. Because while they are magical, that magic is dormant when they are not animated.
More curious on if it's got the necromancy similar to the fields, if it's a real body.
Right.
Jerk, poke it.
I guess the fields do have it though, still here, right?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. Then she would just say, I mean, the fields are soaked like normal, but that's about it. I say we just leave the thing be. Figure out what we want to do with the temple.
You are confident that this scarecrow is in fact the bony remains of a human.
Oh, goodness.
The head has been replaced with a pumpkin, which has completely rotted through and begun to sunk in on itself, and is just covered in a furry black mold. There are 2 eye holes cut in the pumpkin, but no light source from within illuminating them. The body itself, it seems as though it has been stripped of most of the flesh and organs, but not all of them. There's still bits that cling to the bone here and there, like a lazy person eating a rotisserie chicken.
Oh, jeez.
Man. All right.
I
Well,
think-
Jert has this thing, so I think I'm just going to use it now.
Oh, also tucked into the belt. It actually has like several belts on because it's just a bunch of like spare clothes. Tucked into the belt is a rusty sickle.
Oh, he takes that immediately.
Okay.
Oh.
As you do, the pumpkin head collapses just a little bit more. But you take you take the sickle.
I
Got it.
assume at this point, with big old perception, I can probably tell that it's also remains.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have some questions for Engelbrecht. How has he not noticed that his own scarecrows are dead bodies?
That's what the guy was thinking. By the way, guy throws up.
That's fair.
Yeah, Jert has a grimace on his face and checks the scarecrow for any other kinds of weapons.
That is all. But as you are checking for other weapons, you do find a locket on a chain, sort of kind of haphazardly stuffed into the pocket of the pants.
He'll take that as well. And this thing has arms and legs, right?
Inside, you see a woman's portrait.
Oh no. This is one of the people that lived here, for sure. Yeah, he takes the locket and hands it over to, I guess Barnabas is probably close by.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does this have rotting bits on it?
I mean, no, it's been in the pants pocket.
Okay.
Should
then
be okay.
I will accept
Thank
it
you.
without any wrinkled nose.
Mhm.
I think it would be unwise to bring these up.
What do you mean?
To the
Oh yeah, and
farm
if you look
owners.
around for these people, they have gotten back to work. They're not having like some like, secret like plotting to murder you meeting. Like this lady has gone back inside the house. This dude has gone back into the fields. And the kids are, you kind of look way off in the distance. The kids are unloading the cart that they finally got to the barn.
We're certain they're alive, right?
I
I more asked the group.
We talked to them. They talked.
You
back.
did? Yeah.
There were
So-
other scarecrows that me and Claude saw. Maybe we should check those ones out and see if they have anything on them.
Yes. Further, and so since it's been a minute, I don't know if you said they don't detect, so does primeval awareness not pick them up either if they're any construct or undead?
Let's see. For 1 minute per level, spell you can sense whether the following types of creatures are within 1 mile of you. What a horrible
Yeah.
ability. Let's see, or 6 miles if you're in your favorite terrain. I think this is one of the ones I said I wasn't gonna honor
Oh.
from A5E because
I don't think
I
this
don't
is
feel like
actually-
being. Is
I
that
think it is
not
from
from
ba- I think this is from the
A5E?
base
That's
right
classic.
So I don't
Oh
think
my
I think it
god!
got added to my. I think it got added because I'm a ranger, but I don't think he
Yeah.
actually has that. Hold on, let me delete
Okay.
that.
Well, that's
I
yeah,
think
that's
it's pretty
standard.
similar,
Is that a
yeah.
standard ranger
Yeah,
thing?
it's
Oh
in
my
yeah,
the
god!
that's
PHP. I'm looking
player's
at it
handbook.
right now. Yeah, I just
Ugh.
opened it
Yeah,
up.
I think
Oh
that's
my
like
What
your
a
level
gosh.
1
what a
ability.
chore! Oh my
Yeah.
god! So I have to just constantly be committed to all of the aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead that exist within 6 miles of you at any given time.
Well, the base
Yeah.
ranger, I think you have to spend a spell slot in order to do it, which was one of
Yeah.
the reasons why it was pretty shit.
Yeah, it never
Oh
gets
my
used.
god!
Well, it doesn't
Okay.
reveal the location or the number. It
Yeah, just that if
tells
they're
you
there.
that if it's there, yeah.
And
Okay.
if it's 6 miles, I mean, chances are in a D&D setting, they're probably all there.
One of each.
Yeah. All right. Let me walk you through what's here.
Well, I don't know if he can use that then. If it's not from, I think that's from
Oh, no, no,
PHP. So
if it's part of the A5E ranger that you built, then yeah.
it was put on my character sheet, but I don't think it's in the book. So I think I should just delete
Oh,
that.
so it was probably added by Foundry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, he'll just instead take the weapon, and then this thing has arms and legs, right?
Yep.
Okay. He's gonna make sure nobody's like none of the people the farmhands are looking.
This is
And
how
he's-
frequently people play Rangers in 5e. That like 7+ years of DMing, I'm like, primeval awareness. What am I even looking at here? Yeah.
Out of paranoia, he is going
Yeah.
to take his axe and cut off both this thing's arms.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Oh, gee, wow.
All right, to the next one.
Oh, they're like human arms, just like on the ground now. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, Barnes definitely cringes a little bit at that.
Listen, if that thing comes off of that post, do you want it to have arms to hit you with?
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm glad that you have that axe and you're willing to do it. 'Cause that's
I
gross.
mean, yeah, I get it. It costs a spell slot. It still costs a spell slot to use primeval awareness. And it just tells you if they're within 1 to 6 miles, which is honestly not that helpful, I guess, unless we were
Yeah.
doing a hex crawl. But if you do have the ability, I will 100% like let you know.
No,
the things.
I'll just take it off because
Okay.
I don't have PHP stuff. I don't think. I think it just got like
Okay.
you were saying, just got added when we made the character sheet.
Guy is going to come up and he's just going to say, this is a bit much, isn't it, guys? Like, we've handled a troll, some rumblings and rats. These are people. These are bodies. This is a cultish icon.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to solve it because if we don't, the town will starve.
I mean, obviously, it's not just the land doing this. We can just pull people. I mean, you said the animals said they were pulled under, and then they're brought back up like this, like icons to, I don't know, feed the temple or something. Yeah, all this extra information, I think. We don't choose to willingly feed the temple. We might have
Alright,
to stay here through the night.
You see that each as you get to the second scarecrow, it is a similar horrifying combination of plants and debris and parts.
Yeah, he's just gonna repeat the double disarm.
Yeah.
Did it have a sickle as well?
It did.
I wonder why they have these.
I mean,
Anything in his pockets?
they're old and farmer's tools, and also I carry
As you
one.
as
They're
you
important
rifle
to the
through
old ways.
as you rifle through the second scarecrows bits and bobs and whatnot, you do not find anything that would be identifying.
No sentimental lockets and stuff.
Yeah.
Alright. Just the first one. All right. And Barnabas, you still have that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do we wait for nightfall now?
There's
Just-
one more.
Just to speed it up, I
Oh.
think I saw there was a third one.
Really?
On the way there, guys, like, we should really tell these people about this. You don't think they're involved? You don't think they should know?
Do you think they are involved?
Well, we should talk to them and see, and if they're the issue before nightfall, we can handle it.
Okay.
And if they don't know, and something happens during the night to one of the children, it's on our heads.
If they don't know, then we should tell them to stay locked inside.
All right, Jurt, as you approach this one and start to mess with it, 3 ravens burst from the chest cavity, where they were kind of roosting inside the hollow of the rib cage, kind of shielded by the shirts and tunics that it was wearing, and they kind of fly at you, but not aggressively, just kind of like, what the fuck, and then they kind of start to fly off.
Yeah, he doesn't jump back, but he raises his arm to protect his eyes.
Okay. Orion, what they say is, oh fuck, oh sweet shit, what the fuck, as they fly away.
Sorry about that.
And then one of them admonishes the others and says, I told you it was a bad idea. It'd be so cool if we lived inside a scarecrow. No, not cool.
Wait, hold on. Come back.
Okay, they wheel around and they say, oh, a morsel.
He just points at Claude.
And they look and say, a well-defended morsel. What do you need, well-defended morsel?
This well-defended morsel would like some information. How long have you been staying in these... Has this scarecrow always been here? Do you have dreams at night? Pretty much the same questions that he asked.
Okay. The one raven says, the man makes these scarecrows at night. The man who rules the other men. And another one says, and women. It says, yes.
Well, that answers our question.
So we don't tell them about it?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Have you seen how he constructs these things? Does he pull materials from the ground, or...
The third raven says, he moves as though he walks in sleep. His eyes are closed, and when they open, they see nothing.
Oh, they're being possessed.
And then another one says, he takes a blade. He chops.
They're dreams.
Yeah, the reason why they haven't been sleeping well.
They're not dreaming. They're actually doing things and not remembering them. We should tell them to leave the land.
Yeah.
Until we fix it. Tell them 3-4 days.
Alright, well, thanks, Ravens.
Yeah, one of the ravens calls down to you.
Assuming,
and says,
of course, you are translating, yeah.
Yeah, he reports this stuff.
So the one raven looks down at you and says, sweet morsel, we have given you knowledge. What do you offer in reciprocity?
Okay, first off, I know you ain't Fae, but he will pull out a ration.
Yeah, but among the animal kingdom, like, Corvids in general are super duper smart and understand commerce. So,
they learn too much.
Very
yeah.
true.
He will offer them a ration.
A dry ration? Like an adventurer's ration? Or is this like a tasty, like, keto mix of, like, berries and nuts and shit?
It's a guy ration.
It's a guy ration, so it's just in a beautiful brown bag lunch with sandwich and chips and an apple packed by Kellen's daughter with like a note that says "Do your best."
He opens up a sushi bento that guy has made earlier that day.
Oh, thank goodness! Wait, no, that's not the.
No, he doesn't.
Right,
just a regular adventurer's ration, and he will put a sweet roll on that because of one.
Oh, shit! All right, they begin to aggressively fight for the sweet roll. Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like the river gulls.
And one of them turns ahead and says, "Be careful, morsel. Where you tread, the old ones walk." And it just kind of stares at you with its beady eyes, and then just starts devouring that sweet roll.
Can you point out, like, specifically, the whole where they walk part? Is it near
all
the
three
ruins?
ravens stop. The sweet roll long gone, and they all raise their arms wide and begin to turn in circles.
Okay, so everywhere. Cool.
Yeah.
But then they stop, and each of them extends one wing back towards the statue.
All right.
Yeah, we gotta get these people the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, so he'll translate that all to the party.
Okay, I can handle that. I can, and I can make sure they don't freak out. If that's okay.
Yeah. Good luck, but
Dirk grabs a
Man.
bucket and washes himself up real quick after all that.
Okay.
oh,
Yeah.
Something where we tell them a half truth.
Do you want me to tell them the half truth, or do you want me to tell them the whole truth?
Oh man, that's a pretty heavy load to put on someone.
Okay.
I don't think we need to be telling them that they've been stuffing the dead workers onto poles. in their
Perhaps if they
night.
don't, yeah, perhaps if they don't agree to leave at first, then we'll resort to that.
Very well. I'll break the news.
Okay. So here, I meant to put everybody at the farmhouse. So do you go to the farmhouse, or do you try to find the dude off in the field by himself, or do you go find the kids? Because by this point, it would be late afternoon, heading towards the evening. So the kids would probably be at the barn, trying to pack things up and, get the draft animals back in and things like that. The mom would probably be at the house, just trying to keep books and get food ready for the evening. And then the dad is just out there trying to run an entire flippin' farm by himself.
We should go to the house and inform them they need to pack immediately.
There's usually a bell ring for supper.
Yeah. Samara says, "I'll ring it now," and she rings the bell. And then the other three members of the family come running. The husband looks like panicked. He says, "Is everyone all right? It was early for dinner. You're all still here."
Everything is all right now, but it won't be. Do you have any personal effects? You are going to need to go. I don't mean to alarm you.
Go? What?
Your family is in danger.
In danger? Well, yeah. They and the kids look scared, and he says, "It's true."
I'm going to cast calm motions.
Oh shit. Okay.
As he
Since you're blowed a spell slot for role-playing purposes, we'll just say it lasts longer than the pitiful 1 minute that it's supposed to last, and the effect will be more of like handing out some Ritalin to everybody. Not Ritalin, but what's a good one to calm everybody down a little bit?
Klonopin? No.
Yeah. So your favorite mood stabilizer starts to kind of effuse the air. And while they are upset, the children run to their parents. They're all like holding each other. He says, I have some savings. I guess we could. Can we? How long?
Until we can clear up this danger. Our friend here is an expert on this sort of thing. Says about 3 to 4 days.
Okay.
If it's
Alright.
earlier, we can fetch you. Where would
We'll
you
come
be staying?
find you in town if you're there.
Oh,
We're not-
and
But what about the animals? We can't leave the animals untended for, uncared for.
I can help with that.
Guy's gonna toss them his key.
Samar says, is this for your house?
No, there's a place in the Old Bridge Inn. It's my room.
Oh,
Tell
They
Callahan.
kind of look at each other and they say, "We're more apple folk."
Not really the chance right now.
Oh,
And
of course, of
No, we
course.
can't do this quest anymore.
I do not think the apple has rooms. So
No, Engelbert says, yeah, but sure, I can send these three away for however long it takes, but I can't leave this land. It's not that I don't trust you, and if I didn't trust you, what good would it do me, right? I'm sending my family away. You're obviously well armed and skilled. You could kill me if you wanted to, but I don't want to leave the land. I don't want to leave my animals in your care. I could stay, and I'll stay out of your way.
Well,
Guys,
you at least promise to lock yourself in your house for the night.
Lock myself in the house. So, yeah, I mean, we've been locking the doors at night every night. We don't want to be. We don't want to wind up like the others, disappearing.
Oh, there's a
Think
Moon
we should-
Knight situation.
Would you allow us to bar and barricade your door for a night?
Am I in such danger? Then, yeah, my family definitely needs to leave.
Guy is going to lean back towards the party and do party.
Wait, are you saying to lock the door from within?
Perhaps both sides.
Hence the barricade to keep those from inside getting out.
Oh yeah, Frankie says, "Dad, are you a werewolf?" And Engelbert says, "There haven't been werewolves in these parts for, I don't know, decades. No, I'm not a werewolf."
It looks at the kid with his like amber yellow eyes and says, "But I am." And there's like a little like cheerful brah to try to like cheer the kid up.
Okay. The kid laughs, but also maybe pees a little. So
Calm motions helps that, I think.
yeah, yeah. That's why it's just a little pee.
Yeah, a little yeah. Guy will party huddle, just like make sure they don't necessarily hear. But he's just gonna whisper, make sure his lips aren't being seen. He's just gonna say, "There's pros and cons of him staying. Pro, we might have a method of speaking to this being, one way or another. Cons, he might die."
I mean, if this thing is possessing him or any of the others, particularly him, we may have to fight him, knock him out. I don't want to hurt him.
Oh, we're gonna have to hurt him. We just won't kill him. But it might be
Well,
our method
there-
to speak to the being, air out its grievances.
That's true. It probably is taking over him, because he was the one who said that. Well, wait, no. Did he say that Druid was the one that did the change to the temple, or was it him?
It's a druid. And the druid recommended he didn't do what he did. Either way, it's a danger for him to be held by a creature like that.
True.
But we could banish it, perhaps. Not sure how. I could, perform a ceremony.
Will that be enough?
Probably not.
Worth a try though, and if anything, it'll bring out whatever we're looking for.
Yeah, maybe if we throw another deity in the mix, it'll just enrage the being into revealing itself.
And under his breath, he says, "But I kind of want to make the man leave. I don't think we should keep him here."
I'm a little worried that if he goes with his family, that he might do something.
Do you think it would affect him outside of the farmland?
Or
It's
he
tough to
may-
say how much of a hold this thing has on him, but most likely it is refrained to the farmland.
All right.
Also, he
Then maybe
could
it is
just come
better to keep
back.
him. All right then, we'll keep him under lock and key.
So if it gets inside of him, we're going to have a lot of trouble, not killing him, trying to deal with it.
Let's barricade the house, the windows, the doors. Barricade him, and then we can go to the church to do a ceremony at nightfall.
For me.
Okay. This is extra spooky because there's new moon tonight, so it's very
Oh,
dark.
jeez.
Yeah.
Good time for Devil's Sight.
Yeah,
I
feels
agree.
human.
Thank you.
So, Okay. So you're the guy's gonna stay. Engelbert, Breck is gonna stay, but then his family is gonna go stay at the old bridge inn while you figure this out. Okay.
I'll make the kids feel a little better before they go though, and I'll do some high level magic and pull a flower out of their ear.
Oh damn!
Tell them
I
to bring it
I
back
need you
to
to
me.
stop abusing Druidcraft so hard. So you didn't even ask me what the weather was gonna be like. All right, yeah, the kids. Oh, magic! Holy shit! Relatively low magic campaign. We're farmer kids. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make
and
you
that
feel a
definitely-
little better about having to leave home, you know?
yeah.
Make it seem like a vacation a little bit.
Okay.
Hmm.
The husband and wife share an impassioned kiss and a tight embrace, and the kids blanch and look away. And then Samara says, "Stay safe. We will return. Come, kids. Let's get our stuff. We need to head up the road before nightfall."
Just in case, we have a Sasha back at the inn. She could watch over them, right?
So you like give him a note and say, "Give this note to a woman named Sasha at the inn."
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I mean, she's not doing anything for us right now.
All right.
Put
He's
her
the
to work.
bleary-eyed one.
So you watch them kind of pack and then head up the road as the hours creep along, and it gets closer and closer to dusk. You kind of see illuminated by the setting sun is this dude's family heading north towards town. And as the sun sets, it's sort of golden light turns to a vibrant orange and then a deep crimson. And it seems as if the entire farmstead is stained with blood. And that's where we'll end it for this week.
Man, when you pointed
Hell
out
yeah.
those scarecrows.
Yeah.
All
Yeah, I'm
right.
hoping we're not gonna have to fight those, but if we do, I'm hoping what we did is gonna help. in
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And then hopefully getting pulled underground.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, no thanks.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, one way or another, I feel like we would have found those scarecrows just by a cursory investigation of the farm. So mentioning it's like fine, but like, if these things have thorns to grab things, I don't see it too far fetched that the thorns also just reattach the being.
Oh yeah, it's probably gonna fix them.
Oh yeah, but they don't have sickles now.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see how it all pans out. To see how it all pans
Some
out.
good prep. Good prep shirt.
Ooh, okay. So overall, pretty cool. You met more people in the town. You got even more quests. You leveled up. You did downtime. And you started your investigation into Daisy Meadow Farms and what exactly was happening down there. And it seems to be far more sinister and supernatural than maybe anybody was anticipating. So, yeah. All right. Let's see. Upcoming announcements. Well, here's a crazy one. My Odyssey of the Dragon Lord's Prime game is probably going to end in before July. So that's pretty wild. I don't really know how impactful that news is because we're gonna keep playing it in the post. There's a post campaign stuff, but it's definitely heavy on my mind that it's been going on for over 2 years, so it's getting close to the end. So it's pretty exciting. Mythic,
I'm so
no,
excited for that final
Mythic, nowhere near any of that stuff.
They got another
Dom
2 years.
Dom is running
man.
a Candlekeep game, and he's also going to is in the process of prepping and getting ready to run a Monster Hunter campaign, which I played in his sort of test run of the Monster Hunter stuff, and I think it's going to be really, really good. So I'm very excited for that. And I know Orpheus has been running a Dogs of War game. He's been looking for people. I think it's drop in, drop out. if you are interested in running a game online on our server, get with a mod and they can get you set up to do that. So we got a fully boosted server, so we got all the good stuff. So definitely take advantage of that. And like I said earlier today, if you haven't message me to get set up with the D&D Beyond Legendary access, like you should, because it's one of the perks of playing in my games is that you get access to literally everything on D&D Beyond. All the stuff that hasn't even come out yet has already been pre-ordered, so you'll have access to it the minute it goes live. So that's it's one of the smaller but good perks of playing in one of my games. Yeah, and that's about it. Anybody else have any other announcements? Nope. All right, then we will adjourn and continue this adventure next week.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Thanks for
Have a
Have a
running.
good week,
Thanks.
everyone.
Yep.
All right, I